Well, guys, what a long, strange path it's been. First, we sat down and we decided to rank all the Zeldas. And then, after we realized that we were still friends, we thought it would be good to rank all the Marios. Somehow our friendship survived that, and we've decided to turn back around and rank all of the Final Fantasies. So, you are listening to ATACS Special Edition, where we today are ranking all of the main series Final Fantasy games. And let it be known, April 30th, 2017, red letter date in history. So we're going to just kind of stretch a little bit. And before we get into this brawl, and joining us at our round table today is Mr. Flex from Raleigh, North Carolina. How's it going, Flex?
It's going pretty good. I already have a correction to make.
Okay.
We did Mario first and then Zelda.
And that's the first fraying of the friendship bond. There it goes. Never correct the host. Did
That's
we
what
really?
I'm here for, Paul.
Was that really the order? I actually forgot.
Yes, it was. It's okay.
All right. Also joining us.
Yeah, I'm here, ready, settled in,
ready to rock. Also joining us, who is now billing himself from Brooklyn, New York, Mr. Ryan. How's it going, Ryan?
I still bear the scars of the last two ranking podcasts.
It's been.
I wake up at night in a cold sweat. It's like Mario Galaxy. What?
You're a true battle-tested veteran, Ryan.
And I can't wait to see which Final Fantasy that you have way too high or way too low in this upcoming melee. But we're gonna get to that. Also, from her art room next to me. Hello, Stephanie.
Hi.
Are you ready?
I'm ready. I was born ready for this.
Absolutely, you were. And that was Oliver, who's not on the panel, but that's okay. Mr. West from Wendell, North Carolina. How's it going?
Oliver has thoughts about Final Fantasy.
I can
share
tell.
them with the world.
He is ready to go. He heard something about Final Fantasy II being near the top, and he had an opinion about that, so that's good to know. And I'm your host, Paul from Atlanta, and we are going to we're going to go through and we're going to rank all of what we are calling the main release Final Fantasy games. That's Final Fantasy 1 through 15, excluding the MMOs. So we're not doing 11, and we're not doing 14, and we're also not doing a lot of the spinoffs. But Flex, do you want to talk about our methodology a little bit for how we arrived at that these were the ones that we wanted to rank?
Yeah, the 13 games we have are the obvious ones. Like, those are the ones you're going to rank. Those are the main numbered ones. And we definitely had some back and forth on what else we could include, because if you really wanted to go off the deep end, there are a ton of Final Fantasy spinoffs that you could include, and we could have a list of, like, 50 games or something stupid. The only ones we really considered were kind of the more direct spin-offs or sequels, so like Final Fantasy 10-2, 13-2, Lightning Returns, maybe even Mystic Quest, stuff like that that's like a little more directly tied to the series. But we ended up saying, like, nah, like, once you start going down those rabbit holes, then it's like, does, like, Crisis Core count? Does Dirge of Cerberus count? Like, at what point do you draw the line? So we just said, nope, we're just going to keep it simple, keep it sweet, and we're going just with the main numbered single-player Final Fantasy games, which is 1 through 15 minus the MMOs.
Yeah, and which unfortunately means that we leave out the best Final Fantasy game, the one that would have been at the pinnacle of all of these, which is Final Fantasy Theatrhythm. That's not on this list, unfortunately.
I'll say for the record, best Final Fantasy, Theatrhythm Curtain Call.
Theatrhythm is a really, really good game. So, in chronological order, it's pretty simple. Final Fantasy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 15. Those are the ones that we are ranking today, and in order to try to at least get the, try to massage it and make it as easy as possible to rank, we're going to spend the first part just sort of trying to sort these 13 games into what we think is the upper tier, the bottom tier, and then just what sort of settles out in the middle. So after we do that, we'll probably end up taking a short break, and then we'll actually get into the nitty-gritty of finding out exactly where these games fall. And since this list is science, this is official. Once we make these decisions, it's going to carry weight across all of space and time. So obviously, there's a lot at stake here. So, in order to sort some stuff into some buckets, Ryan, I would like you to nominate a game, any of these Final Fantasies that you would like to put either at the top or the bottom of the list. You get to kick it off, sir.
Oh man, should I go controversial or should I go? All right, let's do something easy. I think Final Fantasy X belongs at the top of the list.
I second that.
Yeah, I'm with that.
Are we going to start disagreeing now, or are we just going to put it there for now?
I think you should just put it there for now and be quiet.
Okay, that's fine. Because that argument's going to come, but
that one's going to come, yeah.
Sure. So and obviously, just because we're putting it in a place doesn't mean that that's where it's going to stay.
Yeah, it's not going to stay there. But
our first nomination is Final Fantasy X to be somewhere near the top of this list. And all right, Brian, I was expecting more, but you know what? That's okay. It's going to come later. Wes, why don't you go next? Pick a game and pick a bucket.
Oh boy. Okay. We're just gonna go ahead and dunk good old Final Fantasy 15 right down to the bottom.
Okay.
I don't know about that one.
That's where you want the first Final Fantasy, right?
That's where the worst ones go.
No,
Yeah.
What? What?
Hey,
I'm not sure if that's a complete consensus pick, but are we going to put it there, or are we going
so it
to?
sounds like we have two that says bottom,
So
two that say what. So maybe it should just go middle for now.
Yeah, we can. I mean, I don't know how exactly we want to handle this.
Then maybe 10 should go in the middle because I think.
10 was 3-2. It's totally in the top.
I mean, if we average out everything, then probably all of them will end up at the middle.
Yeah.
Should I go less
Well, it was
controversial?
I still don't think buckets solve much.
Middle, bottom, I'm kind of comfortable with either of those. So I think it's probably a little better than bottom, but maybe if we want to just stick it in bottom, that'll be a bit more of a definite place that we can argue from.
I mean, I don't feel like it's going to stay there, but
right.
Okay, that was your pick, so if that's where you want to put it.
Okay. Let's see. Steph.
Let's stick 9 in the top.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Here we go, guys.
We're not going to agree on
There
anything.
it goes.
Oh, this is going to be a good one.
I knew this was a bad idea.
All right, this was fun, guys.
Maybe should we just go down and just start sticking them in chronological order in buckets then instead of choosing where they go?
Number 1, Final Fantasy 1. Number 2, Final Fantasy 2.
Man, these games have been getting worse and worse. I'm telling you.
I say we just follow this train of thought.
In the correct spot.
Let's just follow this train of thought because now I'm curious where this is going to go. We might just garbage trash all of this. So
Okay.
what was the nomination?
Final Fantasy
9.
9.
Final Fantasy 9, top bucket.
Top bucket. Put it there. Let's do it.
Do we want to keep calling them buckets or start calling them tiers?
There's bucket on the
Let's do
document.
tiers. Yeah, let's do tiers.
All right. Hold
It's
on.
a little more.
Just for the record.
Let me
understandable.
change the thing a little bit with top
I think
tier.
you should leave it. Right now it says top tier, middle stuff, and bottom bucket. That's great.
That sounds great. Let's just do that. Top tier, middle stuff, and bottom bucket. I like that. All right. So let's see. Who hasn't had a pick yet? The
Fowler's
Flex.
turn.
Flex.
I'm debating between a top or bottom pick.
I think you
could
should
go
go
mid.
bottom.
Could do a middle pick. That's true. What would you like to put in the middle?
I want to put Final Fantasy 10 in the middle. Let's see. See, if I don't put my top one, no one else is going to say it.
Yeah, that's the calculation here.
I tried to pick something easy, and apparently it wasn't easy.
Oh,
Nope.
big wrong.
You're a towel.
I'm not a Tau. I'm a human being.
Hard.
Sure, I'll just balance it, and I'll just say I'll do probably the least controversial thing anyone's going to say all day. Final Fantasy 13 in the bottom bucket.
I think that I can get on board with that.
There you go.
So let's see. I haven't gone yet. I'll put Final Fantasy 2 in the bottom bucket.
Oh, play it safe. Good Lord.
Hey, the host has to keep things moving.
It works.
All right. So let's see. We've done 5 out of the 13. Ryan, what do you think?
Well, should we keep going safe here? Maybe vote for 7 to be near the top.
I could get behind 7 being in the top tier.
Go for it.
All right.
Okay.
Steph?
Okay, let's throw 3 in the bottom.
I'm okay with that.
This is a really good bottom bucket.
Deep.
Yeah,
I'm
this bottom
liking-
bucket's looking pretty good.
I
All
like
right,
this
so-
bottom bucket.
All right, so Nate, just so you know,
Sure.
you got to go into the top tier, and then after
Okay.
you pick this, everything left over goes in the middle stuff, and then we start ranking them up and down.
I'll go top. 6.
All right.
Yay.
Thank goodness someone did the obvious thing.
Yeah, that's. I was debating.
There we go.
For my pick, it was between 6 and top or 13 and bottom. So
Yeah.
both of them.
So we have Final Fantasy 4 and 5 in
And 12.
the
12.
And
1, yeah.
And then
all right,
we're missing 8.
and 8. Yep. All right. So let's see. We have in the top tier 10, 9, 7, 6, middle 4, 5, 12, 1, 8, and then bottom 15, 13, 2, and 3.
You know what? Switch 8 and 10, and this is perfect.
I don't know that I can get on board with that. Sorry.
Perfect.
It's
maybe
almost
9
perfect.
9 and 3.
Almost
Not-
perfect.
Switch 9 and 4 and 10 and 8, and then we're talking.
Bring 15 up to the top tier, and then we're talking.
All right.
So I think that there might be a consensus for the worst Final Fantasy game, and I'm just going to throw it out there. Is Final Fantasy II the very worst Final Fantasy game of all these 13?
No.
Not quite.
No?
That's like the 4th worst.
Oh, God, you're wrong.
I
but
actually
continue.
agree with that positioning.
Guy Speak Beaver is the biggest thing that game had for a plot twist.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. Guys speak freaking beaver.
Yeah, that doesn't mean it's a good that you're killing your own argument. You know that, right?
Well, Final
No,
Fantasy
I'm
2
not.
is just like, how many people can we kill off the game?
It was
That's
Game of Thrones
hilarious.
before Game of Thrones was cool.
Wait,
So, I
wait.
mean-
So are we getting into ranking discussion here? Like,
Yeah, are we getting into the details?
I think so.
So what about Final Fantasy 2 makes it the worst?
The gameplay, the battle and the leveling system, it was various shades of bad versus broken.
How so?
So
what's bad about what's bad about it?
what's bad about it is you can break the whole thing by going up against a weak enemy and then just casting spells on yourself over and over and over again to level up your black and or white magic, which allows you to break the game relatively easily. And the other thing is that because everything in the battle system means that the more that you use a skill or a spell, the better that you get at it. I don't know, like that. The whole thing just seemed like slow or just not very fun. You also kept losing the fourth member of your party, so you really had to focus in on Firion, Maria, and Guy. Thank you for the graphic stuff. So I don't know. It wasn't anything necessarily with the story that drove me away from it. It's just that was the only Final Fantasy of the 2D brethren that the actual battle system gameplay almost drove me away from the game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like the system in 2 that much either. I think, talking about you can break the game by just, leveling up stuff. I mean, that's just that's just JRPG grinding. Like, you can do that in any game. But I kind of agree. I didn't really love the level up your skills by using them system, but mostly because it kind of it either forces you to like really go out of your way to create the characters you would want, or everybody's just going to be a fighter because that's just sort of naturally happens. I don't know. I think it's definitely bottom tier. I don't think it's my least favorite, but
It's definitely not my least favorite. I agree in some ways that the leveling is kind of broken, but it's kind of broken in the same way that like Elder Scrolls games are broken in that way, because it's basically that leveling system. Which I think is kind of a neat twist. Like when you're playing all the Final Fantasy games, like it's kind of a neat twist. I don't think it's my favorite leveling system in Final Fantasy games, but like it's at least something interesting. And I don't think it's any more broken than say like Elder Scrolls, which is an amazingly popular game. I also think like for when that game came out, like it does have like a lot of spunk to it. I mean,
yeah.
We joke about guys speak beefer, but like that's part of the charm of that game. Like that game's really goofy.
One thing I do want to say about Final Fantasy in general, before we start tearing all these games to pieces and yelling at each other, it's that like this is one series that really interestingly does a lot of work to reinvent itself and its systems with every game. And this is one case of that maybe didn't work super well, but like all of these games have different systems, even though they're all JRPGs and most of them are turn-based and there's like connective tissue there. They all have like their own bespoke systems that generally, for the most part, like don't even come out of other games. Like they actually are like a completely unique way of doing that style of RPG, which I just think is a really cool thing about Final Fantasy and part of what makes them interesting to rank in something like this, because even though they're all like following each other and they're all made in a similar way and they have some similar aspects, like if you really think about the systems in each game, they're so different.
So, to summarize,
I do want to say something to a positive note about the game. This wasn't one that I personally played, but I've read all the summaries and I watched someone else play through it. There was something really dorky, but really badass about like the last dragoon getting paired up with the last wind dragon, and there were a lot of like courageous like self-sacrifices in that game that I thought were really fun. But yeah, I mean, they're. I just got tired of everyone dying constantly.
There's some decent character work in there for such an early example of RPGs, like more than the first game had, which was pretty straightforward.
Yeah, for a game made in the 80s, Final Fantasy II is fairly ambitious with its story stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I also think, like by comparison, some of the broken stuff in Final Fantasy II's leveling is like I think there are other, we're doing a ranking. And I think there are other Final Fantasy games that are also broken, including the ones that I want to put lower than Final Fantasy II.
Right.
So while I agree that Final Fantasy II is in the bottom half of Final Fantasy games, like I think there are other games. That's really my main argument why Final Fantasy II is not the worst one, is because I think there are other games that have bigger problems and are also broken.
Well, then what would you put at the bottom?
I would put Final Fantasy 15 at the bottom.
Okay, never mind. Someone else. What else would you put at the bottom?
I got plenty of reasons.
I would 13 at the bottom.
I can get behind. I mean, I don't. There are games I like less than 13, but I could also get behind 13 being at the bottom. I think that's a Final Fantasy that struggled more than perhaps any of these overall.
Yeah, I think
ways.
I mean, I would not have Final Fantasy 13 at the very, very bottom, but I think that there's enough negative karma around that game to where if that ended up at the very bottom of the list, I think I'd end up ultimately being okay with it.
So I would say one thing for Final Fantasy 13 is it actually has a pretty cool battle system.
It does.
And that's like, for as much of a mess as like the linearity of that game is, like, and how cinematic and hands-off it tries to be in a lot of areas, and storytelling is just a complete mess. His battle system is actually pretty cool. And like that's the number one reason. So Final Fantasy 15 is my least favorite Final Fantasy because it is literally the only Final Fantasy game that I think has a bad battle system. Like, I think not being able to have direct control over your party members as they like bumble around and like can't coordinate anything together, and then like trying to line up those, what are they called, like link attacks or whatever, link strikes, like all of that stuff's a complete mess. And then the way the game is totally broken with items, like I was totally under leveled in the back half of that game, and you can just spam potions and get through any fight in that game. Like, that thing is pretty broken. So like that is the only like fighting or combat system. And then most of the battles are actually really easy because you just hold circle. Like, there's very little there's very little interesting happening in those fights, and then even what is there just kind of doesn't work. And like, it is literally the only Final Fantasy where I just do not like fighting battles in that game. So like, that's the big thing that I would actually give Final Fantasy 13 above something like Final Fantasy 15, or even Final Fantasy 2 above Final Fantasy 15. Like, I think the combat in Final Fantasy 15 is just not fun.
I mean, if you're really bad at playing video games where you just spam potions to get through things, then yeah, I could see where.
At the same time, spamming potions to get through a game is the easiest route to victory. Why wouldn't I take the path of least resistance? It was easy. I thought that game was very easy.
Personally, I mean, I enjoyed the battle system. I don't think it was necessarily hard, but I mean, I don't think 2 was hard either.
No,
because
I don't think any of these games are hard, for the record.
Yeah,
but,
for the most part. I mean,
like, nothing about that combat was fun. It was literally holding circle and spamming potions. That was the combat from start to finish for me in that game.
Well, I mean, that was your personal experience. Like, I enjoyed it.
But it worked.
Like, I mean, sure, fine.
Yeah, but I mean, just because something like particularly
swinging with
worked
swords
doesn't mean that that's the way everyone
like,
played it.
That doesn't mean that's the worst game in the list.
Just for the record, in Final Fantasy 13 too, I was a guy with 3 swords and a chocobo, and they told me to save the world. But you know, like I don't know, like I don't, you know, I didn't play 15. I just sort of watched it from the side, and you know, was the battle system really that bad? I mean, I didn't see a whole lot of potion spamming when I was, you know, playing Stardew Valley on the couch, but I don't know.
I mean, to me, the battle system in Final Fantasy 15 is pretty bad. Like, I probably had fun with it like 1% of the time that I played through that game.
There's just not much to it. Like, you think about all the other games, or most of the other games, where you're like combining some pretty fun spells, or like you're having to think about, all right, is an attack or an item or a spell, like there's a lot more variety in what you can do. Like, there's just, like, if you think about the options you have in combat in 15, there's just not a lot, and most of them are kind of useless most of the time. Like, every now and then you'll find a use for some random thing, and I would assume you'd find more uses of them if you delved in like post-game content. But like, if you're just going through the main story and doing a handful of side quests along the way, which is what I did, like, most of those options are pretty useless, and you also have way less options than you do in other Final Fantasies. I think, like, by comparison, it's just by far the like least interesting battle system in the series.
I mean,
I guess maybe I went through and I played the game a lot with like an MMORPG like mentality, where I would trade out my weaponry for a better version of that weapon. So I will admit that like Noctis's, like, I don't know, the amount of like different cool weapons that you could like play in different play styles with, I didn't utilize that, but that's because I was going, and I guess that game was like a checkbox for me, and I really dig those kind of games where it's like, do this quest, check, do this quest, check. So, I mean, I can see where there was a lot of potential loss there when I played, but I mean, that's just my personal play style, so I don't think that's a negative quality.
So
yeah, I also,
one thing I want to say for 15 is that, and I mean, I'm not going to argue that it's a top tier game, because I don't think it is. I think it had its fair share of flaws. I mean, and I personally did enjoy the combat, similar to, in a way, to I enjoyed 2. Like, it had its flaws. It was kind of too easy, but what they tried to do, like, I played an active style in that game, and I thought the warp strike mechanic was really cool. I liked the magic, you know, and I mean, I had a few tough battles, maybe because I was playing active or maybe because I did some of the harder side quests, but I just enjoyed the kind of active nature of that. But the other thing too is, let's not forget that as RPGs, even more so than other genres. I mean, stories are a part of games, and RPGs even more so. So I think it's kind of dismissive for us to talk about, well, this game had the worst gameplay, so therefore it must instantly be the worst game. Like that's definitely not the case here. I felt like, if we're just talking about 13 versus 15, I think 15 had a little more going on. Like, even though the storytelling had its hitches, I think it had a much better setting than 13, and that it actually had some pretty strong delivery points. Whereas 13 kind of struggled throughout. Like, it just took way too long to get where it was going. And by the time it got there, I was like, I could see what you're doing, but I kind of don't care about now. But while we're talking about
15
bottom tier games, why don't we talk about the later half of the PS1 era and talk about Final Fantasy VIII and Final Fantasy IX?
Well, I have a lot of rebuttals to say about 15. I don't know if we want to go ahead and shift tracks or not.
No. Let's just go ahead and finish hashing out what's going on between 15 and 13, because I really think that 15 deserves a lot better than the bottom of this list. But at the same time, like, if it's going to end up being near the bottom, that's one thing. But putting it at the bottom I think that's just a little silly.
Well, I do want to say, I think 13 and 15 suffer from a storytelling mechanic. They suffer from something that I'm noticing that didn't start popping up until the later generation games, and it's these actually really great worlds that these characters are living in that we don't get to learn about, or we have to learn about through other sources. Like 13, if you sat and you read their, I forgot the name of it, like their catalog though, like all the backstory stuff
or whatever it was.
Yeah, like it was so good. Like, it's amazing, the backstory and the lore, and 15 as well. Especially when you get into the rabbit hole of the fan theories for 15 that makes sense, and what they were originally going to make that game. The problem is and I can't believe I'm saying this as a problem, but they're so focused on like every emotional moment the protagonists are having that I forget that I'm trying to save the world sometimes.
Yeah. My biggest problem, one of my biggest problems with both Final Fantasy 13 and 15, which actually might have my two least favorite narratives in the franchise, is I think the delivery of their stories are just completely terrible. Like, the actual execution of how they convey what's going on in those stories it's insane. Like, I played through Final Fantasy 15 and I struggled that entire game, like, understanding the motivations for characters and why they were doing things, and like the transition from one plot point to the next, like, often was just very jarring and made no sense. Like, that story did not flow. It did not give you a lot of context for why people were doing things or why things were happening. Like, that story is honestly a jumbled mess. Like, he was saying he thinks it's one of the high points of that game, but for me, that's a low point, and that's actually another big reason why I think it's near the bottom. Because the delivery of that is all over the place.
I'll contest to say that, I think that Final Fantasy 15 does not have one of the best Final Fantasy stories, but that I think what it did with its story was much better than what 13 did in that specific. And the things I liked about Final Fantasy 15, I enjoyed the battle system fairly well, but it was kind of an open world system, nothing super special there, but what it had in its setting and its story. I completely agree that a lot of the main story point deliveries were confusing and weak, but I think the characters, the world, and it also had moments that I cared about a lot more. Like
the 15, definitely.
The final scenes, and what you were doing with Lady Lunafreya, and you were kind of trying to follow her. Like, I kind of got that, and sort of later in my play session, I did go to some of the outside content, which helped connect a few dots, but even within the game, you could kind of tell, okay, Noctis is on a road trip. Okay, he's actually royalty. Like, there's something special about him. And they also, the way they set up the banter and between the characters, and you had the 4 distinct personalities. Like, and there were some things like some characteristics you learned about those characters, like Noctis hates vegetables and Ignis loves to cook. Like, it added a lot of charm and development that I think, some of the Final Fantasies had kind of tried and missed when they were building their epic worlds.
Yeah, and I mean, Fowler, I think that your point about some of the plot is certainly well taken, but the way that Square marketed the game and made it was they're like, go watch all of our tie-in content and then play the game, and
that's bullshit.
And you know what? That's totally fine. Like that is a valid opinion that I'm not going to argue with. I don't share it.
We're not ranking Brotherhood here. We're ranking Final Fantasy 15.
Right, sure. But all I'm saying is that plot would have made not a lot more sense, but you would have been a little more knowing what's going on.
Yeah, that's the other thing is I'm also kind of skeptical that stuff actually helps that much.
That stuff, I mean, I watched it all kind of midway through my playthrough, and it helped a few things, but
the anime does a great job of giving you an emotional connection to the main party members more than what the game actually does.
Well, it reinforces some of the setting that, especially in the first little bit of the game, they don't quite tell you what's going on as much as some of that supplementary content was. But that didn't, I mean, like I said, I kind of did it as I was playing through the game, not at the beginning. It would have been nice.
Something else about 15 that I think is really important as far as like your characters. I remember when I first, heard that it was LOL road trip with 4 guys, I rolled my eyes and went, oh, well, fantastic. But I think that there's something really powerful about the fact that these 4 different guys with their very 4 distinct personalities portray their own form of like masculinity in different ways. Like, I love the message that it's okay, like, for Prompto to be way more in touch with his feelings with the other guys. I think it's great that it's like Ignis has this responsibility thing and he has these mother-like tendencies, but he's still very much like, a badass dude. And Gladiolus, like, dealing with his, just coming out and being in focus. I think that these character traits are really, really strong, and I think that there's such positive messages to younger generations playing these games that you can still be a badass manly man, and still have these other like softer traits that are considered feminine, because Squall and Cloud got a lot of flack for being little emo kids, for a while.
Yeah.
So
part of me was actually kind of frustrated with the characters because I felt like they were very, like, they slotted so nicely into the stereotypes. I wish I had dug it up, but I read an article with like how the 4 characters slotted perfectly into like very well researched like personality types, and like, because you have Gladio who's just like meathead, I'm gonna outstrong everything because I got big muscles, and then you have the more emotional one in Prompto, and you have your quiet brooding guy and the main character Noctis. So like they can be pretty stereotypical. Like, I appreciate what they're going for. I don't know if they pulled it off perfectly, but I will agree for that, for like from the story beats, like that's probably one of the stronger things, but I also don't think it's necessarily amazing is what I'm getting at.
It just sounds like good research to me.
To me, yeah, I mean, that's one thing that 15 did that some of the modern Final Fantasies have struggled with, is that, in particular 13, I feel like, is that, they made those characters like more realistic. And I mean, they may have fit stereotypes. I didn't kind of see them that way, but they fit stereotypes in ways that made a lot of sense. You had the school friend, the bodyguard, and the butler. Like, that was their jobs. Noctis was royalty, so like the fact that he had these 3 friends who kind of fit those molds, like, wasn't way out in the story. It wasn't like they put those characters in, I mean, they probably did put them in there to have them, but it wasn't like they didn't fit. Whereas, like, I remember one of the things I distinctly remember about 13 is that in the opening cutscene, you have like lightning jumping out of a train and doing all these awesome stunts. And I'm like, so who is this woman? And why is she like doing these like crazy, ridiculous acrobatic things? And I mean, yeah, it's kind of cool, but like I don't get it. Like it's like, and then you find out she's basically Cloud, just in a female body,
Right.
Like,
Okay,
and it's like,
well-
oh, I've seen that before, and that's not, I'm not really inspired.
It was definitely a
by
throwback.
this.
All right, but let's talk
Yeah.
about something else that Final Fantasy 15 did really good, because
I have three
said-
other points on things it didn't do well, but I just want to throw that out there.
Just wait until I get to your game to tear up. So, travel. Oh my god, 15. I can ride a chocobo all freaking day. Like, I am with Prompto with his little tune. The travel, the car, like, I thought those were such cool features.
Yeah, I agree. I think they had the MP3 player. They had Prompto sing the battle theme. Like they kind of made. That's one of the things that 15 did well. That I think some of those games have struggled with in terms of trying to be more modern fantasy or more based in modern times. Is that sometimes that's really easy to get wrong, and having those kind of like realistic. You're pulling out like your Coleman camping gear or whatever. Like it's kind of campy and cheesy at first, but then you're like, okay, this feels like it fits in almost like a pseudo modern, fantastic setting.
Sure, and I do like that. 13 and 15. I feel 12 falls into actually pretty much the later like PlayStation era onward. I feel like these generation games do a much better job of explaining why like certain things are happening in the world. I kind of feel with the earlier games it's like, and now you fought all the and I love this trope, but you fought all the elementals and LOL now we're time traveling. Like I feel like these elements like 15, like the world feels like it would exist. It makes sense to travel in a car, it makes sense to, and I mean sorry, I have so many thoughts. But you know what? All of you are lying if you didn't pee yourself a little bit when you saw your first summon destroy some shit in 15, because that was cool.
I never pee.
Well, that could be some of the problem. You should probably get that checked. That's yeah.
What is this pee you speak of?
So right
so
now
we've been going back and forth with 15 and 13 for a while now.
And I'm not even convinced that. I mean, I could kind of get behind 13 being the bottom game, but I'm not even convinced that I would go that far. There are other games I liked less than 13.
2 and 3 are worse than 13. I'm okay. I know you feel different.
That's not where I'm at, but
I'd be okay with 15 being somewhere toward the bottom. I can handle it being in the middle at the bottom or at the bottom at the top, because I know it's not everyone's general cup of tea. I'm okay with 13 being in the bottom, but those two are not the bottom game.
So looks like we're gonna have to get into our first compromise pick. How do we feel about 13 being the bottom game? Is there anyone that has any major heartburn with that?
Yeah. There's no way that 13 was worse than 2.
Okay.
So, I definitely think 13 would be the very bottom for me. So basically, my thoughts on that game are it had a good combat system that it doesn't even use that well, because for a lot of that game, you're just kind of mashing your way through. Even it takes a while before you even start getting a full party that you can start working with.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a big problem for that game. And then, everything that you guys were talking about between 15 and 13, I think I pretty much agree with a lot of the points you guys are making. I think 15 does something that's different, and I don't like a lot of things about 15, but hey, it's an open world game, and there's all these little character touches and little moments and little things that it does that work okay within the framework of an open world game. If we take out, the combat system and the overall plot, which I think both of those are pretty bad, the actual act of playing 15 never bothered me that much when I was just in the open world doing stuff. 13 for me, the only things I can think of are the characters that I didn't connect with in any way, like not a single one of them. A plot that made no sense to me whatsoever. I couldn't tell you a single thing that happens other than there are weird alien things or something that brand people. I don't know.
Yeah.
And just like...
All right, Nate, tell me what Lassie means and Falsey mean.
I have no idea. One of them is the alien thing, and one was your characters became Lassie? Was that?
Yes.
Is that right?
Your characters became Lassie, and the Falsey were the ones that did it to you.
And that's about all I remember. And there's a guy with an afro with a tiny chocobo.
Chocobo. That's all you need to know. Chocobo.
There's one reason 13 is better than 15, and it's Chocofro.
So I don't think anything from that game's story or characters resonated with me. I think the good combat was not utilized and around and really paced linear and just so and like comprehend and boring to me at the same time. It's just all these negative things that I'm throwing. I don't want to, but I have trouble finding anything redeeming in Final Fantasy 13 for me personally.
Yeah, it just took so long to do anything.
Yeah,
it took its ramp up was the slowest thing possible in terms of story and combat. The back third maybe of that game, when the combat finally bloomed into its own, got to be pretty fun. I enjoyed the combat, but you have to slog through 30, 40 hours before it gets to that point. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, the length of most other Final Fantasies.
Even to me, the story it never really got to where I loved it, but it kind of got to where it sort of made sense and you could kind of see where the characters were coming from. But yeah, it was in the last 5 to 10 hours of the game, and by that time I was like, man, I'm kind of so numb to this whole thing now that it's hard for me to care.
And I'm totally
just killed Snow and Hope in the beginning of the game. Lightning doesn't have to die, but Lightning should go. And if we could just have this beautiful story of an omnipotent God creating children, and then the God going away and the children going, I miss my God daddy, so we're going to sacrifice all these people on Earth to bring our God daddy back. That's a really cool story. I just really wish half of the protagonists didn't exist.
So anyway, why don't we maybe put that one in the bottom and move on to some of the other bottom tier
I'm all
debate.
for that.
All right. So 43 minutes into the podcast, we have almost agreed that Final Fantasy 13 is going to be at the bottom of the list. I'm still not quite
one of the less controversial.
So I still don't.
This always happens when we do these. Is we do a lot of debate up front and we get the arguments out up front, and then the sorting kind of happens and bursts at the end.
Yeah.
So does that mean I should start trying to drag some things down that I disagree with?
Yeah, I'm not sure when we should start crossing the buckets, but
maybe we can continue with some of the things that were a little less combative. I
think that out of the 13 games, Final Fantasy IV, solid number 7. That is a middle tier game, right in the middle. That can be our benchmark.
I don't even know what that means at this point.
I actually can get behind that. I think about in the middle of the list is where
I love Final Fantasy IV. I played through that game 3 times. I think that is a solid, right in the middle Final Fantasy game.
Really good game.
I can go with that.
I would.
All right.
I would
don't
put
know
that
if
higher.
number 7 is the exact number, but somewhere in that range is about where I would put it.
Like 5, 6, 7, somewhere in there. Final Fantasy IV, right in the middle.
Yeah, just put 5 above 4, and I'm okay with
it. I could get on board with that. I actually like 5 a little better.
I might try to argue 4 up a little later on because I do really like 4, but
Yeah, so just put 5 above 4 for now. And
While we're on this train, so where does 1 go relative to those? Because I also think it belongs somewhere in the middle. I would probably
That
have
is below those, but
Yeah, I think it's
4 for
below.
myself, for my
I
taste.
also
But
like one around the middle.
Yeah.
if you guys are seriously going to put like 1 above 15, I'm just
no
going to
one's
say
way
it's
better than
podcast.
15.
So Steph, we're not going to win this argument because Fowler and Nate both had just unnatural hatreds for that game. So we'll just have to move on from it.
So what
I
I,
mean,
do
I
want to
would
say,
put 1 a little above 15 for my personal taste, but it's not.
I'll be fair. I
strong.
admit, like, I didn't play 1 until much later. So maybe I just don't have the appreciation for what it did at its time.
Final Fantasy 1 is cool.
it is cool.
Yes, but it is objectively worse in every way than most of the
It is-
upgraded classes.
It's
and
a bad version of King Quest, guys. That's what it is.
I don't know what this thing, non-Final Fantasy thing you're talking about is. I only know about Final Fantasy games.
Look, I
I
found
make my
12
warrior,
monks.
my
They
monk, my
gave me a
black mage, my
canoe.
white mage. They go kick butt and do cool
Yeah.
things. I get to fight and level up and learn spells.
Dude,
It's
you
pretty
take your
great.
canoe over to this temple and you get a rat tail, and you take this rat tail to the big Deku tree, and now you get like a crown, and then you play a flute, and then something
Yeah.
happens. It's King's Quest.
Are we in Zelda again? I'm confused.
Yeah.
I will say
also
that
confused.
the ending was pretty cool, but that's like it.
So we're doing maybe-ish 5, 4, 1 somewhere in the middle,
Yeah.
in probably that order-ish.
Yeah, I think wherever they end up falling, they will fall in that order relative to each other. But that doesn't mean that that's, that they're going to all be like right next to one another.
Okay, great. Final Fantasy 5, 4, and 1. Well, maybe we should discuss those later. Maybe we should have some more of the contentious discussions now.
That's
I
what we
don't
call
know.
the generic block.
Yeah,
I mean, I
And
think
then
for-
push
for-
1 above that.
I mean, I
have
think-
some
I think
thoughts
5 and
about those
4 are-
games, but not necessarily that would move the needle just in terms of us discussing those games.
Yeah, I think 5 and 4 are both better than generic as well.
yeah.
Anywho,
All
So
right.
does 12 belong to be below 1?
I would personally move it above 1.
Yes, I would too.
Yeah, I think so.
I
I'm
mean,
okay with it being under 4 and 5, but it belongs above 1.
I'm
12
busting
is one of the
runs
games I haven't played, so I will trust you guys to make.
Yeah, I
Right,
would
Colin,
probably move 12 above 4 for me personally, but I also like 4 a lot, so like I wouldn't
I
fight that battle too hard.
Yeah, I mean, I would put 4 above 12 just because I didn't finish 12 and I played 4 like 2 or 3 times, so I'd like to see it above 12.
Yeah,
I
I
am-
put 4 above 12 as well.
I am interested, and this is just purely from the context of somebody who hasn't played 12, but I got the impression that game was a little the community reception was a little underwhelming. Is that true? Am I off on that? Like,
That game came out like a month before the PS3 came out. I think that really hurt it a lot because it was a PS2 game and the 360 was already out. The Wii and the PS3 were coming out like the next month or within weeks. Like that game came out like basically as the PS3 and Wii were coming out and the 360 had already been out for a year. So I think that game just kind of got lost. Like that was one of those like late in the cycle games that just got kind of lost.
Yeah.
It was
and-
also following up 10, and 10 had a really dedicated following.
Yeah. I wonder how much that factored
what
in
about
so
the
long enough later.
the combat style? Like they switched to sort of an MMO take.
Yeah,
Did
that
that
was a weird one.
Yeah, they did that. Your party was mostly AI that you could customize the AI with different abilities and things like that. So it was actually really deep. I mean, you could do a lot of cool stuff, and there's plenty of websites that you can find like, hey, set up your party exactly like this, and you will murder everything.
Yeah, that's actually one of the things I really liked about that game is because you could set up really interesting and like pretty awesome like party routines with that game. They called it a gambit system. It was like almost a pseudo level programming thing where it's like
Right,
someone's
right.
health is less than this percent, then cast heal or something like that.
It's a
actually
bunch of
similar to the
conditional
original-
statements.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
actually similar to the original Dragon Age Origins. If you played that.
Yeah.
Yeah, which I thought was really cool, and the way the license grid worked, I thought gave so much flexibility and customization over your characters that was really fascinating. And
It
like,
was until you had to put 20 points into a stat to wear a hat.
Yeah, yeah.
hey, they got to gate equipment somehow, I guess. I mean, it's not that much different from a lot of other RPG systems, including some of the other Final Fantasy ones. But
Right. It's not as much different as like you have to put this many points into something to be able to wear a third accessory. But I remember 12 being much more like detailed. Like if you want to wear the purple hat, you have to put points in the purple hat stat.
yeah, they have like different classes of gear and stuff.
Yeah.
Well, interestingly, that the remake, I think the PS4
So
remake is
excited.
coming out
Yeah, it's
in a
coming out
couple
soon.
months. That's one I haven't played, and if I can find time to squeeze it in, I would like to.
Yeah.
Well,
So
it's not quite an accurate representation. It's been a while since I've read it, but I was reading that they were changing up the way that the battle system worked and a few other things. So I'm not sure how accurate the remake is going to be to the original. Just FYI.
So
That's
one-
a whole other rabbit hole with Final Fantasies is all the remakes, and I know we've played different
Yeah.
versions of
I also think
different Final Fantasies.
So
I also think that 12 suffered from not having a really engaging main protagonist. So I think a lot of people spent the first couple of hours and went, I hate Vaughn and everything Vaughn and his little girlfriend Penelo represent. I think that game would have been much better if our protagonist was Balthier or something.
Oh, it was.
Yeah.
He was.
I mean,
he was the leading man. That's right.
He is the leading man.
Balthier is awesome.
Yeah.
Yes.
Not all some of the characters in that game are pretty dumb, but there's some pretty great ones, including here. And I think I actually really like a lot of the writing and stuff. Like they'll give you scenes between like a lot of the villains and other people in that game, and I think there's
Yes,
actually
the
some really
judges
good
were so
writing
cool.
and plot points in that game. Some
I
of it's
remember-
also kind of cheesy.
I remember getting into the game and like once they started actually getting into the stuff about the judges and deeper into the villain stuff, I was like, this is so juicy. I like this. Because I was kind of scared of them. Like they really freaked me out. It was
The
cool.
judges are terrifying.
Yes.
I also really like that universe. It takes place in the Tactics universe, which I think is pretty neat universe.
Mhm.
One last thing I wanted to say about the combat real quick is like I've played a lot of games that I think struggle when you try and do single player MMO style like active combat and you're controlling a party. When you think of like, for me, when I think of games like Xenoblade Chronicles or Ni no Kuni or Final Fantasy 15, all of those games where you don't have full party control and you have a somewhat active combat system, all three of those games I primarily don't like the combat because it's a mess to control all of your party members, and it's just like battles just feel just uncontrollable, chaotic messes. Final Fantasy 12, I think, really got around that by letting you switch between switching between party members on the fly is really snappy, but also the Gambit system gets around a lot of those issues and lets you set up things. So like the mundane things that you would want to micromanage that you can't in those other games, you can just have that like on autopilot and it works. And then if you really need to intervene, you can switch and pause and that kind of stuff. So like I think it does a good job of doing like quote unquote MMO combat for a party.
Mhm.
Yeah, it feels more like a tactical game than an action game that a lot of those other style MMO, like single player MMO style games sort of go for the action style route. and 12 really feels a lot better because you have so many abilities, but then it takes the more strategic or tactical approach.
Yeah, it feels closer to like a Dragon Age Origins, which Paul brought up, than it does like a more action-y game.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, the thing that made me bounce off of 12 was, number one, Fowler, I watched you play it, whenever we were back in college. So I knew how the story went, and I just didn't find the story that interesting. But I do think that the systems that it came up with for gameplay and combat were pretty cool. And, it's been a long time since, I've even thought about 12 rather than just researching for this list. And, the more that I look at it, the more I'm like, I really should just go back and give that another chance with all of the infinite time that I currently have. So All right. Well, so I think that we've actually gotten our middle stuff decently sorted in terms of just these block of 4 games.
There's one travesty remaining in the middle.
Yeah,
we'll get
If
to
we're only
it.
talking
Something I'm
about
not happy with.
before you put numbers next to relative to each other,
Yes.
I'm happy with that.
No, that is all that I'm talking about.
All
I
right.
read something in the middle stuff that is Final
Yeah.
Fantasy VIII, which I know is going to garner a lot of conversation. So actually, before we get into this anymore, I think it's
Before we get
time.
into the Final Fantasy VIII hour.
Before we get into the Final Fantasy VIII hour,
Pretty
which
much.
I will just mute my microphone and walk away and go, like lift some heavy things.
For the record, do you want to read out the 4 you numbered?
Yeah, sure. So right now, the ones that we have numbered are Final Fantasy V at number 5, Final Fantasy IV at number 6, 12 at number 7, and 1 at number 8. And then at the very bottom, we have Final Fantasy 13 at number 13. Those numbers are all draft, subject to change. We still have to sort through a lot of other stuff. But before we get into the Final Fantasy VIII hour, we're going to take a quick break, and we will be back in just a couple of minutes and let the bloodshed begin. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back from our break. We are all rejuvenated. I had a little cocaine. I'm ready to go. Just kidding. I don't do drugs. And welcome back to ATACS Special Edition ranking Final Fantasy VIII, where it goes versus the other Final Fantasies. At least that's where we are right now. Wide variety of opinions on Final Fantasy VIII. And, I didn't play this one, but that's okay. So we've sorted our games into the top tier, the middle stuff, and the bottom bucket. And while there's certainly some sussing out to do, we've all kind of agreed that Final Fantasy 5, 4, 12, and 1, they're all sort of ordered against one another at 5, 6, 7, and 8. So somewhere around the middle. And we've non-unanimously agreed that Final Fantasy 13 is at the bottom of the list. We've sort of set the way from our bottom bucket a little bit to get into our middle stuff tier. And the only thing left in the middle stuff tier is Final Fantasy VIII, and now we're going to have to try and figure out where that goes.
To the top.
So we got 1 to the top. Anyone else want it to go up?
I would vote up.
By top,
Sure.
do you mean bottom?
So I think you're on an island, Mr. Ryan. Good luck.
All right.
Oh,
Well,
boy.
let me put my pitch out here, and then we'll see how the chips fall. I have a feeling I've already given up on life, but so tell me about, because and for me personally, the way these games kind of played out, both 8 and 9, is after Final Fantasy 7, Square kind of set itself as a at the forefront of an JRPG movement in the PS1 era. But after that, I personally feel like they really struggled until 10. I played through 8 and I beat it. And 9 I played through the first
I did
disc
too.
and couldn't get back through it. But yeah, I don't know. To me, like, specifically talking about 8, it really just, like, I mean, so let me say the things that it did well. So it really upped the graphics for that time period, and it had a few cool cutscenes and some memorable themes. In terms of the story, though, it's like college, I guess. Like, I don't know. The protagonist felt like kind of a rehash.
What's wrong with college, Ryan?
The story, I mean, I'm guessing that's what they were going for. I really am not exactly sure what was the deal with the whole gardens and who Edea was and Ultimecia and Laguna. And, I remember all these characters, but I don't really understand what was going on. I think they were trying to weave this intricate plot that didn't really make a lot of sense. Like, the villain didn't make a lot of sense. The characters to me, mostly didn't make that much sense. The setting, nope, not a lot of sense. Flying, quote unquote gardens.
You mean you don't want to fly in high school?
Yeah, what about a flying college/high school doesn't make sense, Ryan?
Especially one where you get to use a sword that's also a gun.
Yeah,
I mean,
gun, and you take control of your school and you fly it around the world because that's badass.
And the bad guy is from the future. I watched a video yesterday.
So this is this is Exhibit A on where we talked about how maybe 15 kind of felt sort of realistic, even though it had all of its flaws. But 8 didn't really do that. 8 was kind of Exhibit A on where they tried to do some cool sci-fi things that just did not make sense in any way.
And it was awesome.
So there's 8 for you.
So 8 gets a
Great
lot of
Final
flack.
Fantasy.
8 gets a lot of flack for LOL.
Well deserved, might I add.
You go to the moon and LOL time compression. But literally that's almost every Final Fantasy ever.
Yeah,
you go to the moon in more than one.
Yeah, I feel like we should probably say, maybe should have said at the top, like, I can look at every single one of these Final Fantasy games and point out really ridiculous story points in them. Like, you just said go to the moon, and the fact that this isn't the only Final Fantasy you go to the moon speaks volumes. Like, every single Final Fantasy game has really ridiculous stuff in it.
I actually forgot. Sid went into space in 7, so like everyone's like, LOL, let's go to the moon.
Yeah, it's like these games are all ridiculously anime and over the top, and like it can be really silly at times, but like there's also, I think, a lot of room for that to be entertaining, and like you take it in stride. And like when you think about that, like I think you start thinking about weird like I think Final Fantasy VIII's weird technology is really cool. Yes, is it dumb? Yeah, but like again, as I said, every single one of these games you can look at something and say it's dumb. Like Final Fantasy IV, you go to the moon. Final Fantasy X, you play freaking underwater soccer. Like Final Fantasy 13, you're like traveling between worlds and whatever else. It's like all of these games have their weird
Funny enough,
stuff.
13 makes more sense than the other ones.
But like,
I mean, I guess there's a lot of elements to storytelling, right? There's
time
everybody's
travel
personal
in half of these games.
Well, I mean, there's
Multiple
everybody's
dimensions.
personal time and place. Plus, there's things like characters, settings, delivery, things like that. I mean, to me, like 8 had some great moments, but I can't really tell you like what the plot means or why I should care about the characters. Like,
I feel like we do need to dive into that. Do you want to take the lead on that, Steph, or should I?
I feel like you have more of appreciation for 8 than I do. So
Oh, I don't know about that, but or if Nate wants to take the lead. Geez. We're not even going to touch that, Nate.
Yeah.
So just so everyone knows, Nate
let's
just
not get
posted
into
the Squall's actually dead theory, which I actually believe, but
It's great, but it's so stupid.
Yeah, but I love the way it's stupid, though.
He might as well be. Like, he's basically like a piece of cardboard.
No, that's not what they're talking. Oh, get off the podcast. Okay, before like anyone goes anywhere, I do have to say, like 8, I think, like obviously they were trying to tell a romance story, and I think that's really sweet.
Were they
I'm all
really?
about that. I kind of think that 9 did a better job with characters in their romance, but I think that that's a refinement on 8. The only thing about 8 that makes me embarrassed, kind of like when you're watching like a love scene with your parents in the room, you're like, I wish I weren't here. Every time the scene where they're like, guys, we're from the same orphanage. I'm like, no, I blocked that part of the game out.
Oh man, that was terrible. That
pretty silly
moment was.
I feel
like,
a little
wait,
embarrassed about that moment.
you want to weave this plot together in like the most, that game is full of
It's
like
pretty lazy. It's pretty lazy My Little Pony moment. Like, guys, we all grew up together. And guess what? We also grew up with the first bad guy that wasn't actually the bad guy.
we don't
I
remember
love
any
this
of
game
it
too, but I'm
somehow.
so embarrassed about it.
Yeah,
Okay, that makes
that
sense.
is-
Thank
That
you,
makes
Steph.
sense because of the GX.
That's actually a very good point about why this story is terrible.
I did not say the story was terrible. I said that's one element of the
I think
story.
you're extrapolating way too much from that run.
Yeah, I would agree.
I think the story was terrible end to end, but that was a very excellent example of one of the horrible moments of that story.
I think that's like Squall gets a lot of flack for being like the, I don't know, goodwill version of Cliff or something, but Squall has a reason for why he doesn't want to depend on anyone else. He gets thrown into these constant situations. He's like the ultimate like anti-protagonist. He's like, I don't want to be the main story or the main character of this game, guys. And everyone keeps putting him in this position. And I think that's something really relatable, like in life.
I mean, at what point do they explain that about Squall?
Through the entire game, where he's really sad outside going, oh no, my big sis, sad face, Rain. That was...
Yeah, I think it's actually...
Go ahead, Nate.
I think it's actually like it says a lot about the feeling and the storytelling style of Final Fantasy VIII that like it has way more of the main character's inner monologue than any of these other games. Like the game is definitely, or the overall story and plot and setting and everything is definitely like squarely focused on Squall as a character, and I do think you're right, Stephanie, that he gets a lot of flack for being like super boring emo guy who just hates everybody. But like I do think if you read that game for what it is, that he is a character with a lot of relatable qualities, even if it is kind of amped up to 11 in that emo category. And you do get to sort of see his mindset about the world and how that evolves as he makes both friends and enemies throughout the game, and sort of how he processes all of that, and then all the weirdness that goes on with the sorceresses. I think it does a really good job, actually, if you treat it with the amount of care that I guess they intend, instead of just brushing him off as an emo dude. I think that there actually is a good character arc there that isn't maybe always handled perfectly, but has a lot of like real emotion in it that these games can miss on a lot of the time.
All I have to say to that is ...
Yeah, I actually, I agree a lot with what Nate was saying, and I think that like by using that inner dialogue with Squall, you get to see a lot more into his thought process than you would through traditional dialogue that I don't think any of the other games do much of that inner dialogue. So like they really leaned into
Cloud
that
has
a lot
some,
more.
but yeah, it's really at the forefront in 8.
Yeah, and like you said, where a lot of people wrote him off as like a bland emo character, I think between that inner dialogue and like how closely they follow Squall through that game, and like he goes through a transformation during the game. Like at the end of the game, not an emo character anymore.
He's a totally different character at the end of that game.
Yeah, so it's probably one of the biggest transformations a character goes through in any of these games, and following that is, I think, sure, it's not always perfect, as I think all of us have said, but I think in the grand scheme of it, like it's one of the more fascinating character transitions or growths in this series. And I think even at the beginning, when people complained about him being an emo character, I think between the inner dialogue and like showing what he gets thrown into, because he does get thrown into a lot of ridiculous situations kind of against his will. And I think they do a good job of like portraying like why he would feel the way he feels. And I think they do a good job of like expressing that in a way that makes sense. And I also think like writing off like, oh, why aren't you happy about things, is a little naive. Like when people are just like calling him out for being an emo character, it's like, that's a little naive to like, because there are real issues people have internally that like just to write it off and say like, stop being emo is like a little short-sighted. And I think they do a good job at actually taking the care to explore that a little more.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think that's really effective. And I think, so Steph already mentioned that ultimately Final Fantasy VIII is a love story. And I think Squall is a great character to throw into that because he starts out like so unhappy about so many different things. And they use the love, and they use the love story context to really fuel his character growth. And they contrast him with Laguna a lot, and Laguna is like the exact opposite of Squall. Like he is your very like just open, chatty,
Yeah.
like very like wears his heart on his sleeve kind of guy. So he's very much the opposite of Squall,
Wait,
who's reserved.
Laguna was
And-
from the future, or I mean, I remember seeing that character referenced throughout the game, but like until the end, they don't. I mean,
Laguna exists
and even
at the same
then,
time
it's
you
like
do, but you experience his past through Alone's power. That's his daughter.
Yeah.
So
Laguna was Squall's dad, is that right?
No.
Someone's dad, Renoa's dad? I don't know.
they make it seem like he's
Alone's dad.
Alone's
And-
dad, right.
yeah, Laguna and Rain. The Rain is the girl that, if you remember the first flashback, was playing the piano and that really cute, like him trying to flirt with her, but his leg cramping up and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you see Laguna, who's like this very like gregarious, like, you know, seemingly fun-loving dude, and like you see
20
him go through.
charisma.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's got tons of charisma, and you see him go through his struggles, and like he has this woman he's fallen for, and he's like desperately trying to win over her heart, and his legs cramping all the time, and all this stuff. And then you see Squall, who's very reserved, and he's like, you know, he has his own internal issues, and he kind of pushes people away, opposite of Laguna. And then you see Renoa come into his life, and like that love ends up blossoming and changing Squall. So you see like these very contrasting paths, and I think that's a really neat way to like frame Squall's character growth.
I do also think that 8 has something going for it in the form of like the antagonist. So I'm actually not a giant fan of Ultimacia.
Yeah.
I think that the character designs are really cool for all the sorceresses and everything, but I'm more interested in Cypher and how he was manipulated, like his dream of being a knight and being a savior and a hero, and
Yeah,
how
he's
that was
sort of
manipulated
the
against
tragic
him.
villain, right? Like,
Yeah.
Cypher's great.
yeah,
I love
Cypher's a
him.
really good character. I don't
And
like
Rage and
Ultimacia.
Fusion.
I think for me, from my recollection of this game, like Ultimacia coming out of nowhere and being the ultimate big bad is just as bad as the orphanage reveal. Like, it just doesn't really fit.
Yeah.
it was a really silly moment. I mean, I think there was kind of, was it Zenimus? There was kind of, it was sort of a Zenimus move.
Zeramus.
Zemus and Zeramus.
Zeramus, and all those guys. It's so much fun.
Yeah,
There's
they
a
just
good
kinda
number
keep
of Final
escalating.
Fantasy games who the final villain reveal is really dumb.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's not just this game. I was just saying, like, if we're gonna point out two plot things in this game that I think are bad, it's those two things.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's the point of the game. I think the point of the game is Squall and his character and his development. And like you were saying, like characterizing him against all these other characters works really well.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I guess
you think about the rest of that cast is like they're kind of all almost feel engineered to like show different parts of Squall.
Right, which is part of where that Squallistan thing comes from. But we're gonna keep moving.
Yeah, I guess on that I'll say maybe a final point is that I didn't get any of that out of the game. And I mean, emo characters, like, I'm not necessarily inherently opposed to that, but I did not catch a lot of that. I thought, Laguna was really confusing. He's like past, or you see his past or something. Yeah, it's like I could never figure out, is he Squall's dad? Like, there were just so many confusing, and Ultimacia, Edia, like Orphanage, like all those big moments were confusing. Like the setting was confusing. Like, I did not get a lot of that, except, I mean, I kind of got what they were going for, but I felt like they had already done that in some ways with Cloud, only they did it in a way that made, to me, a lot more sense. And the fact that they had already done it made it feel kind of just tired and reused. Like, they focused maybe a little bit more on the love story, but I did not get much at all. And I think that is a polarizing game. Like, people who liked that kind of college kid setting and like the development of that character, maybe they got more out of it. Like, but people like me just felt like they kind of tried to redo the same character and like some similar plot themes and just did them in a way that was really wonky and confusing.
I mean, I actually think Squall's a very different character from Cloud.
I do too.
I mean, but in the
sense
sense that you say, like, he starts out as a pretty edgy, like, quote unquote emo character, and like in some ways he comes around. He's not interested in the cause, like he doesn't care about other people. He just kind of,
There's
there are a lot of
similarity there.
those two characters.
Yeah, there's also a lot of differences too. I mean, he is interested in the cause, but he like also gets tired of dealing with like he like
He's a high schooler who doesn't want to be involved in the high school shit. He just wants to study and get
exactly.
out.
It's like he does care about the bigger cause, but like he doesn't care about like this random person who's like complaining about something that Squall sees as trivial, so he gets frustrated with it and just wants them to leave him alone or something. It's like yeah, it's like a different manifestation of like that like keeping to himself vibe, whereas Cloud was just very much like, I just want to do this job and that's that. And like you don't get really much of a sense in the early parts of that game of like why he feels the way he does. Whereas Squall, you get a lot more context for that, especially through that inner dialogue.
I mean, also, I think the way that they deal with things, like Cloud's, you know, I mean, obviously there are other things going on, like the Mako poisoning and everything, but Cloud kind of like shuts down when like he's finally, you know, forced to see things. Where I like how Squall was to me so relatable, and some of it may have been because, you know, I was in my late teens playing this game, but like I clearly remember like Squall, like when Sid is like, this is your destiny, and Squall like freaks out and he's like, don't talk about my destiny, you don't know anything about destiny's
Squall
not a
kind of
thing.
blows up on people when they tell him what to do or like
he's angry.
complain about how he's acting or feeling. He really does kind of go off in a way that Cloud never does.
He's like, I think Squall's fast because like he's a really emotional character, but the way he tries to keep everything like so like he's almost like the world's biggest like introvert or something because he keeps everything like so bottled up inside, and like you see those outbursts where he just like kind of loses control of himself and that stuff comes pouring out. Like he clearly has like all these feelings and emotions and stuff, and he just doesn't know how to express it at all.
Right.
And
before Alone leaves the garden after like some story exposition, you know, Alone, he's like, why can I see all this stuff? And she's like, I'm doing it, I'm letting you see it. And he's like, I didn't ask for this. And she's like, well, I need you. And he's like, I didn't ask to be needed.
Right.
Like I like that.
Yeah.
So after all that great discussion,
I do kind of want to move on to some other aspects of Final Fantasy VIII, because like I think this game has other. I mean, we've talked a lot about story stuff, obviously, and it sounds like at least
ever.
Yeah, and it does sound like. wait, say that again. Sorry.
I said junctioning is the best thing ever.
Yeah, you can kind of break it, but again, you can kind of break the leveling in half these games. If you junction really powerful spells, you can kind of break a lot of that. I do
think the divide here is probably just like whether Squall as a character made sense or connected with the individual. But
right. I will.
There's a lot of other stuff to talk about.
Yeah, I have to get it out there that I really like the like tone and vibe of the world, and I think Final Fantasy VIII secretly has one of, if not the best soundtrack in the franchise.
Eyes on Me forever.
Well, that might not be the best example. But like, you think of towns of like Fisherman's. You guys probably don't listen to this music enough to know.
I know what that song is. Yeah.
Yeah, like if you think of towns like Fisherman Horizon, you just go to that town and it's like, here's this town in the middle of the ocean with a bunch of fisher, like they're pretty much run by a bunch of fishermen and women, and it's like.
And you just crash into their city.
Yeah, music is just so chill, and then like the world map music I think is fantastic and really kind of conveys a lot of the tone of that world. And like I also think Final Fantasy VIII has some of the best like pure action music in the franchise. You think about those early missions where you're like landing in Dalit or like clashing with Galbadia?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like the music in some of those, or like when your garden starts flying, like there's some really awesome just pure action music in that game.
It's not even just the music. I think that the 8 actually, like, especially in some of those early conflicts that they portray, like does those cinematic battle scenes in a way that like probably none of the other ones really do. Like Final Fantasy VII was an incredibly cinematic game, but it was earlier on, I think. Like, and I think that they took that and ran with it in a lot of ways with 8. Like, it looks so much better, and their cutscenes, like those battle scenes with
like
the music
in a way,
and the scene composition and the way it all comes together, like those are really cool.
Yeah, like Final Fantasy VIII is primarily a love story, but it also might be the best quote unquote war story in the franchise also. Because those battle scenes between those gardens early on, they're pretty raw.
And even the gameplay parts that aren't cinematic, like when you're running around battlefields and like the garden is under attack and there are like people like popping in through airlocks and you're like running around just fighting all these people, and just like it's just seamlessly transitioning between like cutscene and running around the hall.
Is this like Hunger Games or something like that? I mean, I vaguely remember some of those battles, but like I was probably like, why are two giant floating colleges fighting each other?
Because it's cool. That's why.
I mean,
Also-
You end up fighting that like sorceresses are orchestrating a lot of it.
Yeah.
Like at the time, and how it's portrayed at the time is like you don't know why Galbadia is like, that's actually a big question mark early in the game, is why is Galbadia invading all of these places, and you're the school that's trying to stop them.
Also, okay, so this game.
Also, my last call out for music, triple freaking triad.
I knew it was gonna come out. I knew it. I knew you were gonna.
Best mini game ever.
Triple freaking triad, people, come on.
I played that game for hours.
But is it better than underwater soccer?
Yes.
Yes.
Underwater soccer is garbage.
Yeah.
It is.
Sorry, but it is.
Underwater soccer is the worst. Oh man.
Underwater soccer is okay,
I
but it's
kinda-
no triple triad.
I kind of had fun
Fantastic.
with Blitzball. I don't know if I don't
The
know.
card game's so good.
I don't remember triple. I remember playing triple triad. It's
Triple
I don't
triad's
think it was
great.
bad.
It's great.
Dun, 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 dun. Yes.
So it sounds like what we've got is we have three people that are very passionate about this game moving upwards in the rankings, and
Hold on, I got one more. All
right.
Really important.
The limit breaks are cool.
Yeah. Well, also that they were growth from the desperation attacks from 6, so cool.
Well, I mean,
so,
7 had
anyway.
limit breaks too, right? Like, I think gameplay wise, 8 took some of 7 stuff and just kind of rehashed it.
Well,
different
every
ways.
But
game borrows something from
7's limit
different
breaks
story.
were cutscenes. 8 limit breaks were like action sequences that you
Yeah,
had
they're like
input
quick
in.
time events, kind
Yeah.
of.
Yeah. Okay, so the coolest thing about 8, the coolest thing. So I am a level grinder. I'm one of these game freaks that love to play like Disgaea games for like 2,000 hours. And so in Final Fantasy 8, guys, the enemies in the world map grow with you. I was level freaking 30 before I went to dull it on my seed test. I loved it so much.
Alternatively, I played through that whole game at like level 10 one time because you totally can do that.
I just love that the game grew with you. Like,
It also has some cool side quests like climbing like that Tonberry Tower or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
There's some really creative side stuff in that game. And the Chocobo forests.
and the Moombas.
Yeah,
You guys remember the
they were.
Moombas?
Yeah.
They were
and
so cute.
yeah, there were a bunch of the. Yeah, I think that's a really clever game.
Yeah,
I mean,
gameplay wise, I mean, I'm not gonna beat down Final Fantasy VIII because I don't think it was a bad game gameplay wise. I mean, being disconnected from the story kind of made it the whole thing kind of a lot duller. I will give it the triple triad was fun, and they gave you items for it, which was kind of neat. But yeah, gameplay wise, I kind of remember it. I mean, and yes, every Final Fantasy kind of uses things before it, but I felt like things that 7 did that were cool and unique, 8 just kind of like tweaked them a little bit.
So I think 8 should be the bottom of the top tier.
I think I agree with that.
Top of
At
the
the
bottom
very least.
tier?
So it sounds like it's going to shoot ahead of our Final Fantasy V block. That's what I'm going to call that.
That's what I'd do.
So if we've got the games ordered, 5, 4, 12, and 1, then it sounds like 8 is at least going to move ahead of that block, and then we'll see where it goes on the games in the top tier, or versus the games in the top tier.
I strongly advocate it for number 4 and no higher. That's pretty much where I land on it. So
Yeah, that's
Okay.
without giving away my
Well,
number.
if we put it where we have it in this list and label it number 4, we still have 4 games above it.
Yeah, so that's why I wasn't going to give it a number.
Our numbers are a little off, but
that's
Yeah,
true.
numbers are a little off. Math is hard. It's not like we don't have teachers and computer scientists and engineers and stuff on the call, but numbers are hard. So with 8 moving to where it is, where do you guys want to go? Do you guys want to go start talking about the games in the top tier?
I think we could actually go back to the bottom bucket because I think we might from 5 on down. Like, I think those 4 we have in the bottom bucket right now might actually be our 4 bottom bucket.
As long as we take it to the top of the bottom bucket.
I mean, when we're on 8, I think it might be worth continuing the discussion with 9, which was in the same era. I would be interested in kind of placing that one because for me, that was a game I enjoyed even less than 8. And I kind of liked what they were trying to do with the story, but just playing that, I remember just like giving up on it and not coming back to it.
Well, Final Fantasy doesn't reward quitters, Ryan.
I mean, well, that game, I would argue, doesn't really, at the time I played it, it didn't really reward anything.
Ooh.
Burn!
Except
I
for
also
putting the first disc in and watching the intro cutscene was pretty cool, but that was about it.
I also like 8 slightly better than 9, but I think, it's slight because I think 9 is a really fantastic game, and like I think they do a really good job of that game of like doing like a lot of the talk about that game was it being a throwback, and I think they do a good job at pulling stuff from the 2D era of Final Fantasy while also keeping it modern. And I think like I think Final Fantasy 9 in some ways is actually one of the smoothest Final Fantasy games just in terms of like how it paces and progresses through the game. Like it's one of those games that just kind of, at least for me, it just kind of clicked and it just kind of felt right, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of the style of the game and its world and its music, like I think a lot of that stuff is really neat. Like I think it's just a really vibrant and fun world.
I don't know if it is me having Wind Waker syndrome or something. I always had a hard time connecting with 9 because of the choices of design. But I've always been able, if I looked past that, I always thought 9 was a phenomenal game with a lot of like emotional like roller coasters with, oh my God, how many towns are we going to blow up in this game?
Yeah.
I also like 8 more than 9. But I kind of feel like it's for really superficial reasons.
I mean, for me, like, which I didn't enjoy 8 or 9 that much, but 9 in particular, I felt like was, I liked what they were trying to do, really conceptually. Like, I liked that they were trying to do some throwback things, that they were trying to, make a protagonist who wasn't Cloud, copy paste it again. But I don't know. To me, like that was kind of a low point for Square when I played it. In that, you had kind of an age of JRPGs, and the
low point was the next game, right?
They just kind of made like
yeah, they know what's going on.
Another one
sorry.
that they just made another one that I don't know. It wasn't really inspired. Like it was just hard for me to enjoy it. Like,
So I'm just kind of I'm curious what your personal like response is too, because the thing that I connected with most in that game, other than V, was Garnet, and maybe it's just because I'm a girl, but she was one of the first. Because I honestly hated Renoa, but Kistis was my life in 8. Garnet in 9.
A lot of people seem to really like Kistis.
Garnet in 9 was such a very strong, inspiring female character. So like, and I the rest of the characters were fine. Like I said, I liked Vivi and I liked Garnet, but like, did any of those characters connect with you at all?
Not that I remember. I liked Steiner. I thought he was kind of funny, but yeah, like no, the story just did not grab me. And yeah, nothing about that game really grabbed me as I was playing it, and it just was hard to pick back up.
I mean, it sounds like you don't really have anything specific about it that you didn't like. It sounds more like just general, just you felt very ambivalent about it and it didn't click with you.
Yeah, and I mean, part of it will be a little bit of time and place because there were a lot of JRPGs out then, and maybe it just didn't stand out among, the the slew of other games that were out at the time. But yeah, that's a game that I have a hard time getting behind. Plus, after 8, I spent a lot of time in 8 and just didn't get a lot out of it. And I think that also kind of made 9 harder to enjoy.
So, I will say one thing against 9. So some of the antagonists I really liked. I liked the conflict that Beatrice had. It kind of reminded me of just like that. Like, I'm on the bad guy side, but I don't really know about this. And then floopy. I thought Kuja was okay, but in Queen, is it Bran or Braun? Bran?
I always thought it was Braun, but I don't actually know.
Yeah. That was fine. But I'm sorry, the same beef I had with 8, I have with 9. Like, LOL, I'm Necron and we're aliens.
Yeah.
And
That's
yeah.
again, that's at least half of these games.
I didn't make it quite that far, but I do remember not liking the villains.
Zidane is a Super Saiyan from planet We're gonna fuck your shit up.
I mean, maybe Beatrix was kind of an interesting villain because she was, I have vague remembrance that she actually had a motivation to do, but then Kuja shows up and you're like, who is this weird looking naked guy? And like, why is he a villain?
I think they were trying to remake Kefka.
Yeah, and Beatrix also ends up joining you at some point. Like she always has a reason for what she's doing, and sometimes that means she's against you, and sometimes she's with you.
Yeah, I do vaguely remember from as far as I got in the story that she seemed like a more believable, grounded villain. But past that, it's like, what are these characters? Like, what? So yeah, I don't know. I feel like that actually Square kind of struggled in the PS1 era post 7, and the 8 and 9 I feel like were not amazing Final Fantasies.
9 is one of those games that like I think it's amazingly well constructed in a lot of aspects. Like I think there's a lot of cohesion in 9 between its gameplay systems and its look and its sound and like its pacing. Like I think a lot of that stuff actually flows really well. Mm-hmm. And it, compared to a lot of Final Fantasy games, like I think it has less like just big pitfalls about it. Like I think it's a very expertly crafted JRPG. Like it feels like they kind of reached some weird like zen flow with that game where they just like did it. At the same time, I don't know that like a ton other than maybe like the music like really stands out as like something that I get like pump my fist in the air for, and I'm like, yeah, like this is amazing. So like that's kind of like I really, really enjoy 9. Like it would for me, be around like this top middle tier split.
So would you put 9 higher than 8?
No, I think actually all of us have said we like 8 better, so I think 8 needs to go above 9.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. I thought that in the beginning. I thought that someone was going to call out 8 to go in the top, so that's why I picked 9 to go up there. But 8, I prefer 9.
Yeah, I think it's unquestionable at this point that 8's higher than 9. But I do think 9's a really cool game.
Interestingly, I would also put 8 above 9, I guess, but that's not saying much.
I mean, do it much lower on the list.
I do want to give 9 another shot to see if maybe I just wasn't feeling it at the time. But
yeah, there also could have been some fatigue because 9 came out literally a year after 8.
I definitely think
so. Like, I think 9 got hurt the most because Final Fantasy 7 came out in 97. Final Fantasy 8 came out in 99, so there was a 2-year gap. Then 9 came out the next year, and 10 came out the next year. So they had 3 years in a row with 8, 9, and 10 in a row. And I feel like people just kind of skipped 9. They played 8 and 10, and they just kind of like skipped that middle year. And because you just don't hear 9 talked about quite as much. If you ever go on the internet, though, like people defend 9 to high heaven, and it's as Paul pointed out in chat, the highest rated Final Fantasy game. But
people defend a lot of Final Fantasies.
Yeah, that's true.
With the exception of maybe 2 and 13. I don't think there's a lot of defense for those. But
I mean, also like I played 8 when 8 came out, and then I didn't play 9, and I played 10. And I remember specifically the reason why I skipped 9 back when it came out was strictly, like I said, just because I was suffering that Wind Waker syndrome where I was like, that looks stupid. Like, Zidane looks stupid. He's a monkey. I'm not playing this. You know,
Right.
and of course now I play it and I'm like, oh wow, this is amazing, you know, because I'm not as tied up in graphics as I used to be. But I think a lot of people skipped it because, LOL, there's a monkey.
It was a hard game, I think, to convey to people because they were going for a little more of a throwback. Like, there's a ton of references and stuff. Like, the main quote unquote villain in the game is actually Garland, which is a throwback to Final Fantasy 1.
I actually do really want to play 9 again. It's one of the ones that I haven't replayed since it was pretty new. It's like one of the few 3D ones that I haven't replayed. The thing that, and you guys pretty much touched on this, so I'll try to make this brief so we can move on. But the thing for 9 that I think about is, like, when I played it, at least I had played 7 and 8, and I think both of those, while they may feel like imperfect in some spots and they have some some bumps on the road or some blemishes that maybe seem messy, but I think, like, for whatever reason with both 7 and 8, I was able to dig into those stories and characters a lot more and really think about them in a lot of different ways. But with 9,
9 is maybe a little more straight shooting.
it's maybe a little more straightforward, and maybe I think that's why it didn't connect with me as much. Like, I think you're absolutely right when you say, like, it's a very well designed game and, like, a complete thing that feels good, but there's just nothing about it that got me excited or, like, I spent time thinking about. It was just like, oh, here's the thing, let's do it.
The mini games are nice.
So
I will say that Tetramaster is no triple triad.
It's not
It's
triple
not.
triad.
The mini
This
games
is
look
true.
like a
I will
little
agree
jump
with
out
that.
game at the beginning and stuff like that. I like that kind of little stuff.
Chocobo Hot and Cold was kind of fun.
Yeah, I mean, 7 had awful mini games,
Oh,
but we'll get to that later.
Yeah.
I don't know about that. But so do we, like, so 9 below 8? I think we agree with that. I mean, obviously 8 should be a lot lower on the list, but I digress. So do we think 9 is better than, like, I mean, I don't think it's better than any of these games, pretty
Well,
much.
so
But what
let me,
about 5, 4, 12, 1? Like, where do we want to?
Yeah, let me just go through and
Maybe
we'll kind of
below all
recap
of them?
what has numbers on it real quick. And these are draft numbers, so no one get too under the collar. The top tier is still not ranked. That's 10, 7, 6, and 8. That's what we got in the top 4. And then we have numbers on 5 through 13. So that's Final Fantasy 9 at number 5, then Final Fantasy 5 at 6, 4 at 7, 12 at 8. That's hard to say. Final Fantasy 1 at number 9. Then down on our bottom list, we've got Final Fantasy 15 at number 10, and then 2, then 3, and then 13 at the bottom. That's kind of where we are in terms of as I've been shifting games around as we've been talking about them.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think as far as this list goes, I'm still really happy with 6, 7, 8, and 9 as far as Final Fantasy 5, 4, 12, and 1. I think that's probably a good spot for that.
I mean, do we want to stick 9 below those, in the middle of them somewhere? I mean, I would put 9 below those, obviously, but what about you guys who are beating me up on this game?
I would potentially flip-flop 9 and 5, but if we start moving 9 any lower than that, I'm going to start getting more anal about it.
For me, 9, 5, and I would have 4 higher than it is on this list. 9 and 5 are pretty dead even for me. I would have 4 higher than both of them.
I like 4 a lot. I'm certainly not opposed to it moving to number 5, and then Final Fantasy 9 moving down to number 7. Steph, what do you think about that?
I didn't play 4 or 5, so I have a pretty hard time making a fair judgment, but just based on the story and the things that I've read about them, I'm kind of okay with 5, 6, and 7 switching any of the places. I think they're all really well-designed games with characters.
Obviously, I would put 4 above 9, but at 5, I didn't play, so I can't say anything about that.
5's really good. I like 5 a lot.
I actually feel pretty strongly that 5's better than I feel pretty strongly that 5's better than 4. And they're both like pretty comparable, being from a similar era. So like that one I would fight. 9 I do like better than both of them, but if like there is a lot of passion for 5 and 4, I could maybe see that dropping down. I wouldn't want 9 to drop any lower than below those two.
Okay. So
But I
maybe
do feel pretty strongly about 5 over 4.
I mean, I prefer 5 over 4 based on story and characters.
And I
Okay.
prefer 5 over 4 based purely on the job system.
Yeah, I mean, I love me some job system, so I'm not opposed to 5 being above 4, but overall, the experience of 4, I would say I like it a little more.
I should have just made this an actual numbered list in Google Docs, but that's okay. I'll do that later.
Learn.
I'll do that later whenever you guys are talking about another game that I played.
I do think X-Death was a cooler character than Zemus.
So
So
5 had freaking Gilgamesh.
maybe,
I
I
love
love Gilgamesh.
especially since
Yeah.
I haven't played, we're gonna have to talk about this middle tier. Like, not
Yeah,
to
we haven't
re-rank
talked
it,
about all
but
these.
not to re-rank it, just to like have some discussion about these games. But maybe we should finish Should we finish the ranking, or should we? We should probably
well,
finish the ranking, right?
so I think that us moving Final Fantasy IX down, I like the way that looks a little better. Having Final Fantasy 5, 4, 9, 12, and 1, I'm okay with that.
I could live with that ordering.
I still think that I still think that like Final Fantasy 1 is a game that has a lot of charm, but at the same time, I look at that compared to Final Fantasy 15 and just how greatly different those games are in terms of like scope and breadth and the amount of
It's the same
time that
thing.
went into it. And I'm just like, you know, is Final Fantasy 1 really a better video game than Final Fantasy 15? I mean, I think 15 should probably swap with 1, but I know I probably don't have a lot of support for that.
I mean, I'm with you there, but I mean, there were 3 other people.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Final Fantasy 1's fine, but it's still, I feel like it's, whenever I compare that versus the technical marvel that is 15 and I see them right next to each other, it's like, really?
Well, I mean, when you compare the depth of Warrior,
there's also
to
a 30
Noctis.
plus year difference between them. So like comparing them on a technical front is not a good way to order this list.
I don't know. I just look at Noctis versus Red Mage, and I'm like, really?
I'll take Red Mage any day.
Yeah,
I mean,
He can
I like
cast
the-
both Cure and Thunder.
So we know
I'm
that
so-
you and Nate hate 15, but what do you think, Ryan?
I mean, I would probably give 1 props a little bit more than 15, because although I did actually like what 15 was doing, you know, I am a supporter of 15. Like, overall, I feel like it did have its fair share of warts, and
Okay.
that
That's-
1 had a
that's really-
pretty tightly packaged charm, even though it may not be the most standout Final Fantasy game.
Okay, then I'll say it one more time to make myself feel really to sleep easier at night. I think 15 is an amazing game. I think that it belongs much, much higher on the list, but I will die on this hill, and I'm okay with it being in the bottom.
Yep. So I don't know that we really want to nitpick anything else in the bottom bucket. I would swap Final Fantasy 2 and 3.
Well, we haven't even talked about.
Yeah, we haven't talked about either of those.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
Well,
mean,
we did talk about 2.
we did
talked
talk
about 2.
Yeah, we did.
Well, we didn't talk about 3 because there's nothing to talk about, LOL.
Well,
It's a worse Final Fantasy 5.
I got.
yes,
Yeah.
it's strictly worse than 5, but somehow still
I haven't
pretty fun
played,
to play the DS version.
So I haven't played 5, but I got to give props to 3. Like, this is a personal passion of mine, and we're really doing it. I mean, I understand it's probably not the most well received Final Fantasy, so I'm not going to make a huge stink about it. But I think it's kind of getting it's getting a place that saddens me on the list.
Yeah, well, I
That's
have
not
100
entirely
reasons why-
deserved.
I have a lot of reasons why I'm not really a fan, but I'm interested, like, what was it about 3 that really resonated with you? And are you talking about the original version of, I'm not talking about US versus Japanese, but like the original 3, or are you talking about the DS version of 3?
So yeah, I guess there are a couple things to say here, and you know, I'll make my pitch, but I don't know if it'll move the needle, and not much. Except I do think it belongs above 2. So yeah, so one thing you talked about is version. So I actually did play an emulated version of 3, and I own the DS version. I still am wanting to get to it and play it, but from what I've seen, I think that translation of the game did it a little bit of a disservice in the way they've kind of made the chibi art, and retune some of the class system and things like that. Whereas the original game had a little bit more of that 8-bit charm that Final Fantasy 1 in particular had. It kind of was more like an extended, cooler 8-bit version of Final Fantasy 1. But yeah, I mean, I liked the music in that game, like the overworld theme. I think it's called Eternal Wind, and it had these kind of flute themes for like the crystal and the village, as well as some cool battle themes. Like, I don't think that game has a super deep soundtrack, but I still remember really liking some of the songs from that game. It had the job system kind of before Final Fantasy V did. I still haven't played 5, so I can't compare the two, but I think that was a really cool touch and a cool way to
as someone that played 5 and 3, I mean, 5's job system is just literally a more evolved version of 3. And I mean, it is strictly better, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the job system in 3 is bad, nor does that mean it's like simple or basic. It's just whenever you sit down with like, a piece of paper for the job system for 3 versus 5.
Yeah.
5 really is just a lot. It's a more evolved version. It's a more polished version, but 3's job system is still a lot of fun.
Yeah, and I suspect a lot of people on this panel probably played 5 before 3, right?
No, I played 3 first.
Okay.
I played the DS remake of 3. That was like one of the only games I ever got close to release back in college. And then after I played 3, I think 5 was next on my list.
Okay.
So I actually really enjoyed 3 a lot. I thought it was a really well put together game, and I don't really agree with you about the chibi art style taking anything away. I still thought that the game was like it didn't have a Wind Waker effect, and I am someone who sometimes succumbs to the Wind Waker effect. It was still realistic enough to where I wasn't taken out of the narrative.
Okay, yeah. The only other thing I want to say for 3 is for an 80s story, or 1980s or early 90s, whatever time frame, I'm guessing like late 80s. But for that kind of early time period story that's kind of sparse, I did actually really like some of the story beats in Final Fantasy 3. Like, spoiler alert if you care about this kind of story. But
I mean, we've been spoiling all these games already so far. Like that ship has sailed.
I figured that's not a big deal, but yeah, the way they kind of set it up, you have this this dark world invading you're kind of in the light world, and so it starts out as like a very familiar like fairy tale, and the crystal gives you like power, like you become the warriors of light, which is kind of the Final Fantasy theme. But then towards the end, you kind of realize, oh wait, this has happened before, and the light world actually invaded the dark world, that there's this kind of balance, and that, so the whole game, you kind of fight against the dark world, thinking that it's kind of this typical light versus dark, like fantasy story. But at the end, they kind of flip it a little bit, and they're like, oh, this has happened before. The light world invaded the dark world, and the warriors of dark kind of had to stop you. And then because things get out of balance, they kind of reveal this, I think they call it void, like this kind of bigger enemy. And so you have to work together with like these warriors of dark to stop it. So I thought that was a super cool twist, in addition to the adventure that kind of happens along the way. Like, I thought that bigger plot point was like a super cool, high level setting.
Yeah.
And a nice plot twist for, what presents itself as like a very simple 1980s D&D light versus dark story.
Right.
So I got to give it some props that a lot of that stuff sat really well with me at the time I played it. Plus I had save states, which I think
that helps.
Save states definitely
have helped.
That's actually a really key detail, because if you play it straight up and don't use save states, like one of my biggest complaints against Final Fantasy 3 is, a lot of RPGs from that era were big grinds, but I think among the Final Fantasy games, Final Fantasy 3 is the biggest, most painful grind of them all.
The ending of that game is atrocious.
Yeah, this game, the main thing that stands out to me in Final Fantasy 3 is it is just the most banal JRPG grind that you could conjure up, especially in the end game.
Yeah, the end game of that is so long and just dungeon after dungeon after dungeon. That's what made me like. I actually really liked 3 until I got to that point, and then by the time I finished the game, I didn't like the game anymore.
So I guess maybe they modified the DS version a little more than what I'm remembering, because you guys are talking about the grind and then like dungeon after dungeon at the end, and I don't remember any of that.
We played the DS version.
I played the Steam version, which I think is the same.
It's the same, yeah. It's the same. And I played the DS version because I actually played the same cart you played, Paul.
Oh, I was about to say, did you play my game?
Yeah, I did.
I don't remember any of that. So maybe I just either blocked it out or I was like watching football in the background while I was driving or something. I don't know.
Yeah, they don't put save. There's no save points in any of the dungeons in that game. And towards the end of the game, you're just doing dungeon after dungeon, and they're all very long dungeons. Yeah. So you can be grinding in a dungeon for an hour or more with no saving capability, and it's like, how do you that's no matter how you go about it, it's just like, this is not really a fun experience to me, because it's you're either doing the thing where you're like grinding up so that you're strong enough to get through it in one go, which is pretty mindless grinding. You're trying to get through without going back out and saving and healing, which means like, oh, if you die an hour in, like that's an hour. And like, I like that it, presents some sort of challenge, but like, you don't want to lose an hour of grinding due to that, because like the grinding in those games are not exactly fun.
Yeah.
You got a canoe for saving the princess.
True.
I also, I remember moments in that game where you had to use specific classes or jobs in specific sections.
Yeah.
And that always kind of rubs me the wrong way when it's like, I'm trying to build, like they give me the semblance of freedom to build my party how I want, and then they say, no, you have to use this job, and it's like, well, that job's level 1 because I've never used it, and then you have to switch and you have to grind it up and you have to like do all this stuff, and I remember getting really frustrated with that as well.
Yeah, I do recall there being some sections of the game where you had to be mini to go through that part.
Yeah.
But that means that you really just needed to switch your entire party to like black mages, because when you're mini, your physical characters only do like 1 damage. And I remember that being kind of annoying. Plus, it's a random battle where I have to be mini because it's a small place. Why is that wolf full fucking size? Like he can't fit here. A toad. That's true. Actually, there were parts of the game. Yeah, there were parts of the game where you were a toad too.
Yeah, that was kind of a double-edged sword for me, because like you're right that it kind of sucks when a game gives you that much freedom and then says, "Oh no, wait, you have to actually do it this way."
It's the Jade Empire syndrome.
Yeah, that kind of sucks. But I also did like
That's
thematically.
really
Yeah, I actually did thematically like the like. It felt sort of like a D&D adventure in those parts where
right,
we're going to have to use this goofy spell to solve this problem, and then just like try to adapt to it.
Yep.
I would have appreciated that more if it felt more like adapting, but to me it felt more like the game just telling you straight up, you have to do it this way. It didn't really feel like there was much wiggle room there.
I don't think it is a full positive, but I think there were positives and negatives to that sort of design decision. For me.
So is anyone gonna? I don't know. Like I feel like at the very least 3 should be ranked ahead of 2.
I'm
fine with those in either order, honestly.
I mean, I like 2 better. I think 2 is a more creative game, and it frustrated me a whole lot less.
I like job. I mean, the job system from 3 is infinitely more creative than the silly grinding of 2, in my opinion. But that's just me.
I mean, Final Fantasy 2 is the only game with that system, and Final Fantasy 3 is one of 2 in this list, but one of many in the broader Final Fantasy framework that has that system. So 2 is definitely more unique.
Probably because it's good.
Yeah, but the reason why you don't see it, the reason why you see the class system that 3 started with used in so many other places is because it works really well.
Yeah, that was the first one that did it.
Yeah, I mean, I do like the job system overall.
I'm fine with either order, honestly.
I could.
Well, I won't fight it then.
Bumped up a little higher, but I'm not gonna fight that battle. I've had a chance to give 3 some props.
I mean, we can bring 15
I mean, we can flip flop it with 15. I'd be okay with that.
No.
No.
I mean, I would too, but like I said, not going to fight that battle.
Well, hey, if 3 of us would, maybe we should have this discussion.
Yeah.
We can have the discussion.
I mean,
I actually feel very strongly that 3 is better than 15.
I feel very strongly that
I also think 2 is
3
better
is
than
not better than 15.
I mean, if we want to go there, I think 3 is better than 8 or 9, but maybe we should just have some. We should just proceed with the other.
I mean, 3 and 15 we're already there next to each other on the list. I mean, the 3, like, as I said before, my biggest gripe with 15 is like not having full party control over those party members in an action-oriented setting, and it just not working that well is like a huge pet peeve in games, and like it makes the combat way more of a mess than it should. And we all just talked about how much we like the job system, and the job system works in 3. Like
the job system works, but I don't think the job. But I mean, like you just got finished saying, well, 2 is unique because it did something different. 15 is unique because it did something different too. And just because you didn't like the combat, and just because Mr. Nate didn't like the combat, doesn't mean there aren't others here that did.
I don't actually think Final Fantasy 15 combat's that unique. It's you run in an old circle.
No, see, that's an insult. That has nothing to do with whether it's.
Yeah, but I mean, like, are you oversimplifying that at all? I mean, because I have a really hard time imagining that there's only 2 buttons in that entire game.
You have to push square to defend.
Okay,
and then potion.
Yeah. All right. Here, so you can push square to. You actually can hold square to defend. You hold circle to attack. You can do a link strike, which is a teleportation attack. You like target and press triangle or something. You can issue, whatever the like commands are called to your other party members. So like each of your party members, each of your 3 party members at any given time, you can assign 1 move to them that they can do. So you have those, and then you have spells, which are consumable in this game. Mm-hmm. And there are basically 3 spells in the game, right? It's fire, ice, and lightning, and you can get different levels of them.
And you can do different mixtures of them, where it casts more than 1 at a time.
Yeah, you can combine them in weird ways.
You can combine them. But I mean, you think, and that's, unless I'm missing something, like that's basically the bulk of your combat options. And when you compare to every other Final Fantasy game where you have all of that and more, like a wider variety of spells, a potentially wider variety of attacks and summons and other things, like the summons are very limited in 15.
Mm-hmm. I think they did that for a story reason. I mean, because it makes sense, because like in 7 and 8, like, I mean, 9 does a much better job with, like, you know, summons being pretty monstrous, but these are huge, giant, magical creatures who are just fucking everything up. And even though I love 8, like, it's kind of ridiculous that we're just, like, meteoriting and, like, summoning giant, like, holy monsters in the distance and nobody really cares. Where in 15, there's consequence to it.
Sure, thematically it makes sense, but what I'm saying is that in terms of combat options, 15 is very limited compared to other things in the series. And if we're comparing directly to 3, which has, I don't know how many classes are in 3, but if you think of like all the variety between the classes, like there's just so much more interesting stuff going on in the other games that like, yeah, combat, like, yes, when I say you run in and hold circle, that is incredibly reductive. But at the same time, this is not me exaggerating at all. This is 100% truth. Probably 70 to 80% of the just regular encounters in that game, I actually did run in and hold circle, and you win. Like the base encounters, you know, we have the old mash A standby. Like that's this game's version is you run in and hold circle. And while that can be true in a lot of these games, like the hard battles for me did not get much more complicated. Like the hardest battles for me in 15 were basically you just toggle between attack and dodge. You can kind of abuse Link Strike, which is a way to like dash from a large distance to get a hit in. And then I would chug potions when I needed healing, or I would tell Ignis to use his group heal, which is the ability I used for him the whole game. The other people's abilities I never used because they always missed. And like those 4 or 5 options is basically it. When you think of over the course of any other Final Fantasy game, you have dozens of options at your disposal. Like it's just... Well, it just wasn't that interesting to me. And then on top of that, it was easy and kind of a mess in terms of like controlling your partners.
But you're completely dismissing the fact that for Final Fantasy 1 and for 3 and even a little bit for 2, for 70 to 80% of the game, you do just jam A. And, sure. and yeah, I get it.
But in the hard fights had a lot more. That's what I'm getting at.
I didn't really have much more than that in Final Fantasy 1. I mean, at some point you are just either so over-leveled that you smash things in just a couple of hits, or, you know, the only other thing that you really have are, like, black and white spells. I mean, like, your point about the combat for 15 not being the most complex thing in the world, okay, that's fine. But you can't just also write off everything else that makes that video game a video game, which is the narrative, the story, the background, all of that stuff. I think you put it all together, and yes, it is a better game than Final Fantasy 3. I mean, Final Fantasy 3 is not bad, but you know, you can't just compare the battle system from one to the other and be reductionist with it. Like, I think 15.
Well, I also think the story in 3 is better.
Then you're totally wrong there. The story in 3 is generic and it's from 1990. I mean,
but it at least works. Like,
so does 15.
I don't know if this is a super productive discussion. I mean, I would be happy to continue beating down on the PS1 era games. Like, I think 15 has its flaws. Like, I like 3 better just because it clicked with me, but I don't really want to make the fight that I think it should go up much higher on the list, even though it might be higher on my personal list. And I do think reductive arguments, like the reductive argument about the combat, is not really helpful. I think we should probably just move to the top tier.
But
I mean, it is, though, because you can, like, when I played 2...
explained everything about the combat.
When I played 2, like...
expand more.
When I played 2, I could basically... I mean, there were a lot of options I could fiddle with, which I did in 15 as well. But honestly, if I'd have wanted to play 2 by equipping everybody with swords or, you know, whatever variety of weapon and just using attack over and over, like, that would have easily gotten me through that game. Like, that game was very simple and easy. And I thought the combat system was interesting. Like, I didn't think it was well tuned. Just like with 15, I didn't think it was well tuned. But 2 was a really easy game because all you had to do was use things over and over to level up. And to me, that didn't instantly make it a bad game. It made it a little less interesting, yes, but that's kind of the argument we're using for 15, is to say that, oh well, it's the bottom game because I held circle to win.
I mean, that's a big part of it, but I would also, and Nate, I think, might agree with me on this one. I also think its story has substantial problems that warrant it being, lower down as well. Like
8 has substantial story problems. 9 has story problems. Like, I think all of these, like you said before in the beginning, have ridiculousness, and all of them have some element that doesn't quite fit. But I think there's one thing that you need to consider with the combat system, and it's not just that I applaud. I know that everyone here applauds innovation and trying different things, and if one doesn't work for you, that's okay. But you have to consider there's a giant, big style leap between ATB and real time, real time battles, and I like both of them. Like, I love the old school system. I really, really, I know we'll get to this later, I love 10. I love the tactic-based stuff. I love things like that. But I also just felt so badass and felt so cool and was so engaged in 15 because I felt immersed in the action that was there. And so, I don't know, I think there's also a feeling you have to think about too with these games.
I think action combat, when you don't have full party control, is just so hard. Like, I think the way the camera works in that combat and detecting what's going on and trying to coordinate anything, I don't think it works nearly as well as any. I mean, to be fair, most of the other games are more turn-based, but I just don't think it works the way they wanted it to.
Sure. I mean, if you think about the games where it is real time and you everything, if you want to dig that deep, there are games like the Tales of games, give you that kind of control and everything. And I find those games to be really stressful and tedious, so I actually think
feedback. I think there's a lack of feedback in 15 that the Tales games give you that feedback. And there's also a cleanness to the presentation, and the camera is also not an issue because of the way they frame it, that they found a way to make that work. And
I found a way to make that work because it was contained into a battle system, a battle screen Whereas in 15, they were going for something more fluid, and it has its quirks.
Yeah, and I feel like I guess this is what it comes down to, is I feel like they overstep their bounds in a way that has like a core, like when you were saying like, yeah, these other games have problems. It's like, yeah, they have one-off problems here and there, and maybe some games those add up more than others. But I think Final Fantasy 15 has like a core flaw that permeates the entire battle system in that regard. That like its problem is more like fundamental.
I mean, just because you use fancy words with it doesn't mean make your opinion more valid than mine. So it still boils down to opinions.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah, we can beat this drum forever. Like, I had fun.
And I also think the story has, like, in its execution is flawed as well, but.
Yeah.
I don't think so as much, but that's okay. It's toward the bottom. So I really don't get why we're still beating this game to death.
Yeah, I mean, we probably can move on.
That was kind of my point about 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, which is fine. I will say, like, we can kind of wrap the Final Fantasy 15 discussion. I've been kind of listening in. I haven't really been talking that much about Final Fantasy 15. I pretty much agree with most of the negative points we've discussed about the game. That I don't think its battle system feels good or gives good feedback. I don't think that the overall plot structure worked for me at all. But I totally get, and I've been sitting here trying to think of the words to use. I totally get the style or the argument of like, hey, this game had a different feel or a different style to it, and a lot of that does come from the open world structure of it. And I think, Steph, a lot of your points about how the characters sort of interact in their archetypes that they follow, and sort of the fluidity of that world and how they move around and on the cars or in the car and on chocobos, and the camping stuff and cooking and all that stuff kind of wraps up into a pretty cool package, I think, stylistically, that gives sort of an emotion to it that I think is what you're drawing on a lot more, and that's like totally cool, right?
Sure,
am I right on that stuff?
I mean, yes, I'm definitely. Okay. I will agree that when I play a video game, I am playing a story, and the gameplay needs to be engaging enough for me to continue playing.
Yeah.
But I actually like the battle system, even though it has its flaws.
And that's fine.
And I think that, they tried something. It didn't work for everyone. Yeah. I'm a little worried that they're going to try to do, because it looks like the Final Fantasy VII remake is going to follow a similar formula. Yeah. So I know that that's something we can discuss later, but I'm just kind of the opinion of, it's toward the bottom. It didn't work for everyone.
Sure.
I kind of, it's at the bottom. Like let's move on.
Okay.
Like there's still opinions.
Yeah, it is all opinions, and I definitely don't want you to feel like your opinion is not valid, because I think it is, and I think I understand the points you're making pretty well. But yeah, I think where it's sitting, I'm fine with at this point.
Yeah, and I mean, like I said, we probably beat this to death. The only thing that we didn't really touch on is that Final Fantasy 15 does one thing really well, and that's the villain. And it's really hard to write a good villain. I think a lot of the stories that you see today
I forgot about Arden. Arden's amazing.
Whoa! If we want to get back to beating up Final Fantasy 15, we can talk about the villain.
Let's move on.
Did you just open that door?
No more 15. No more 15.
Arden is
please.
so cool. That character design is awesome.
So I'm taking over as the host, and we're going to be going on a break here. So far, our middle stuff is Final Fantasy 15.
I was about to leave this live, but then you just said something really insane.
All right.
You know what? Fine. We'll just pretend I didn't say it. We'll talk about it offline, but it is time to get to a break, and our listeners don't want to hear us talk about 15 anymore. So we have been going for about an hour. So we're going to go ahead and take another quick break. And right now, we've pretty much wrapped up our rankings between at least the middle stuff and the bottom bucket. So for our middle stuff, we have it ranked out at Final Fantasy V, Final Fantasy IV, Final Fantasy IX, Final Fantasy XII, and Final Fantasy I. And then near the bottom, we have Final Fantasy 15, Final Fantasy III, Final Fantasy II, Final Fantasy 13, and we still have yet to order what's in our top tier, which right now is currently sitting at Final Fantasy 10, 7, 6, and 8. So we're going to take a quick break, and then when we come back, we're going to jump into the top tier, and we'll see if we can put another hour into Final Fantasy 8 or not. So anyway, we're going to take a quick break, and we will be back in just a minute. And we're back. This is our ATACS Special Edition ranking of the Final Fantasies. So we have pretty much gotten through the middle stuff and the bottom bucket. We're heading into the top tier now. And there's a few things left up here that we haven't talked about at all. So just to recap our top tier, we have Final Fantasy X, 7, 6, and 8. And we have talked about Final Fantasy 8 a bit, but we haven't talked about Final Fantasy 10, 7, or 6 at all. So before we actually try to get into ranking these games compared to each other, I think the best thing to do would just be to talk about some of these games. And I'll start with Final Fantasy 10 because that's where it is on the Word document. Final Fantasy X was actually the first Final Fantasy that I ever played. I played it on PS2, and I really did enjoy that game a lot. I think that was one of those games that the more you look at it and the more that you sort of deconstruct it, you can certainly poke a lot of holes in the narrative and in, certain bits of the storytelling and characters. But Final Fantasy X, I think, is the only other Final Fantasy that I have played through multiple times. I'm pretty sure on that. So I really enjoyed 10. I liked it a lot. We actually picked up the Vita version for Christmas one year, so I'll probably play through it again just because it's been a while. But yeah, that was definitely one of my favorites from back in the day. Fowler, what do you think about 10?
Do you want to know?
Moving on.
So for me, Final Fantasy X for me is like the definitive like meat and potatoes, middle of the road Final Fantasy. Like it to me is like, all right, we're gonna tell a pretty a mostly straightforward like fantasy tale. Like we have a pretty straightforward combat system. Like none of it's necessarily bad. Like it's serviceable at what it does, but it's like nothing about 10 really like stands out to me. And then like the other thing about 10 is that like I don't like any of the characters, and I think a lot of like the like quote unquote big story moments like just did not like. They would build up things as being really big and then they'd deliver them. And I'd be like, that's not really that big of a deal. Or it's like something you could see coming from a mile away. So it's like, it just feels very uninspired in a lot of ways to me. And I also, I totally lost what I was going to say. I'll come back to it though. It felt, this is what it was. It feels so like, Final Fantasies 1 through 9 are all very, like, in their own ways, are like kind of these, big, ambitious, world-spanning adventures. When we made the jump from 9 to 10, and we lost the world map, and everything got a lot more, like, guided and linear, which, people throw those terms around a lot, but it's like, it felt like the game got smaller in scope, and that really bummed me out at the time. And it made the whole adventure just feel like just smaller and not as ambitious.
So let me ask you a question about that then.
Mm-hmm.
So with Final Fantasies 1 through 9, you talk about a certain style, and then 10 was sort of a break from that style. Yeah. So is that break definitely a bad thing, or do you think that is it definitely worse that 10 was more linear, or do you think that it was a stylistic choice that just didn't work for you?
I think it's a stylistic choice, but I also think that it could have been done better, because when you make it more linear like that, you put a whole lot more stock in like set piece moments and like these big like, I don't know what you want to call them, but like when you make it more linear and guided, you put stock in like the authored moments landing that much harder. And I think for me, Final Fantasy X's story was honestly kind of boring. And like I can think back to previous games in the franchise that did have, people talk about 15 going to open world, but 1 through 9 were all open world games, if we're being honest. And like I think a lot of those had bigger impactful moments, be it from gameplay or set piece or story moments or whatever, than 10 did for me. Like one of the big moments they tried, one of the things I always remember about 10 really frustrating me is they got to that moment where they tried to do the reveal that when Yuna did her thing with Sin, that she was going to die. And I was sitting there like, why are people freaking out about this? Haven't we known this from the very start of the game? And maybe I just sussed that out before they thought I would or something. But it's like they tried to make all these moments land that just did not land for me. And it just, none of it was that interesting. It was like, it's just a very kind of rote tale in my mind. And it was a very straightforward good versus evil tale in a lot of ways. I mean, Titus had his dad issues, which was probably the more interesting part of the story. But that also surfaced in some really weird ways. And then it's like, it just didn't feel like it had kind of the nuance that the previous handful of games had that had made me really fall in love with, because like my Final Fantasy sweet spot was like 6 through 9, and like coming off of those into 10, it just felt like they weren't nailing what they were going for quite the same way. So it was a shakeup in style that was not quite in my mold, but I also think they could have done it better. Like I think if they're going to go for that more directed style, like I think the actual moments and like orchestrated moments needed to hit harder. And I think there's also like I also think there's less like, I mean, that also leads to less side stuff when you're doing that kind of style. And like a lot of the side stuff they do, like I think Blitzball is really bad. I think dodging 200 lightning bolts is insane. I think like the chocobo racing in that game is pretty bad. Like a lot of the side stuff they do try and throw in, I think is not great. I think also, last point, sorry. I really think the characters in that game are not interesting. Like Kamari's a stick in the mud. Like Waka's like a religious zealot who is racist and like all sorts of stuff.
Don't remember
like,
that at all.
Titus is a goofball. Like none of the characters in that game connect with me. Arin's actually the most frustrating character for me because he's like tries to be your stereotypical badass, and he just like I can't take him seriously at all. He's just like I don't know.
All right, someone somewhere give me some positivity. That was 6 straight minutes of Bachbauer hates
also the
Final Fantasy X. So someone give me some positive notes for this game, please. It is in the top tier.
I don't know how, but it is.
So I guess I'll jump in. And Final Fantasy X actually was a pretty special game for me. To me, like Final Fantasy, like 6 was really good. Like 7 obviously was like next level, and then 8 and 9 just really fell kind of farther and farther off a cliff for me. So when I did finally come back around and jump back in with 10, it was kind of like a bright spot for me. Contrary to what Flex says, and I mean, he has his opinion. He's certainly entitled to that. Like, these games just click differently with different people. Like, personally, I really, really liked what they did with the story and with the narrative. I mean, it obviously wasn't as big of a leap technologically as 6 to 7, but I did think that, they were kind of moving into a new generation. They added voice acting, which I was really skeptical of going in, but I thought it added a lot of flavor to the game. And personally, the story and the characters like really clicked with me. It was bright, sort of a more bright and sunny setting than so I guess at least than 7. 8 and 9 were kind of around, but And, I thought what they were trying to do with Zidane is breaking away from the emo character. Like, they actually did kind of well with Titus, or Titus, however you want to say it, in that they made a story, sort of like we talked about with 15, where you had characters who were somewhat believable. So, I mean, yeah, Titus was a goober, and, a lot of people didn't like him, but I actually thought that he was one of the most believable, Final Fantasy protagonists, and that he was basically the son of a sports star. He was maybe a little bit spoiled and had some daddy issues, but he was a successful athlete and the son of a successful athlete, and then he gets thrown into this situation, and the world and setting they created. I like the sort of tropical environments, and you had this world where this monster would basically show up and obliterate any form of technology. And so this culture had developed around it, kind of this religion and culture had developed around avoiding technology and setting these taboos. And it created this, I think, sort of believable setting and world. And I thought, the chemistry between Titus and Yuna was really interesting. You had a supporting cast of characters. I do agree that Auron was pretty uninteresting, but I thought the other characters sort of did their thing. I don't think any of them hurt the story. And I like the villain. Overall, yeah, I like the gameplay. I thought it had a pretty snappy, quick combat system compared to some of the JRPGs at the time. So overall, yeah, I'm a big fan. I think it definitely deserves to be in these top 3 spots.
Yeah, Steph, you like 10, right? That was one of your more favorite or Final Fantasy games.
My more favoritist.
One of your more favorite games.
It was, and I'll just be upfront about it. One of the reasons was because I played it when it first came out, and while I was playing it, my father watched me play it, and it was his first video game experience since the Sega Genesis. And then he wanted to play it, and I watched him play it. So there's definitely a big attachment for me. And then I moved back home when I was 23 after living in Michigan. And that was one of the ways that my dad and I reconnected, was we sat down and played through the game again together. And it didn't lose any of its value or charm to me. So one of the things, I won't say that I'm the biggest fan of Titus, but I agree with Ryan in the fact that I think he's pretty believable for being a kid that's super, basically your college quarterback kind of kid, coming into this new world. But I really am more fascinated with the world. I think Yuna being a summoner who carries herself in a very ladylike, poised kind of way, but she's still a complete badass and she gets things done. I never really knew what to do with Auron. He was cool looking, so that was okay. Waka I hated him at the time, but I like him as a character because, he was so against all the Al-Bhed, machinery. And there was this whole, Christian, feel over, we deserve sin because sin punishes us for all of our awfulness.
I mean, they did name him Sin.
They did name him Sin, you are correct. But there's this, I don't know, this Christian doctrine, movement and, all this heresy, and being someone, on the outside playing this game going, well, that's really stupid. Duh. Of course, that's not bad. But, I mean, it's if these characters were playing, a game that featured us with things that we call heresy, would they be, that's really stupid? I don't know. I agree. Waka was kind of racist. He hated the Al-Bhed.
Yeah, he hated the Al-Bhed. He is absolutely racist.
I love that, though,
but
because
that's
he
believable.
had to grow past that. He was a very dynamic character, and growing past that, especially with when Riku came into the party, and he had to get past really hating Riku. I think that was beautiful. Kamari, finding out that he was the smallest of his tribe, his horns broken. He was he was I make fun of Red 13, but he was the Red 13 of the group, coming from this proud lineage. And I don't know. I think Seymour was a deplorable character, and even if he's not what I think is a great villain, the fact that if a character comes on screen and makes me feel something, then someone did something right with the writing. My skin crawled every time Seymour popped up with his weird little pot belly.
Well, and I was going to say that also has something to do with the fact that Seymour redefined the deep V-neck.
And I think like at the end, the whole idea like Yu Yang being like, the main bad guy, or like the bad guy behind the scenes, like the one who founded like this religion, like I don't know. I think that's a little more deep than some of your other villains that you get. So the fact that they took on religion and religion having an impact on cultures, and that developing like into racism between people toward other people, like I think it's a pretty powerful message. Plus the combat system is definitely my favorite. I love that every character had their weaknesses and their strengths, and you needed to call out different characters to take on different enemies, which was nice because I'm definitely a person who's guilty of, I like this party, so fuck everyone else, this is my party. And it made me go outside of that. Plus it also stopped people from just spamming Yuna. Like, I'm going to summon something, and then it's like, well, cool, but now you have no MP, so you're screwed. I love that. I love the sphere grid. I thought it was fun. I really didn't give two shits about Jet and Titus's daddy issues. I was more interested in Yuna and the world. I just thought it was fun. I loved it.
Yeah, Lulu's dress was made of belts. It's a bold decision, but it seemed to work out pretty well.
That thigh gap, though.
That thigh gap. Yeah, between Seymour's deep V-neck and Lulu's dress made of belts. That was
thigh. He had the top thigh.
That was definitely an interesting time in character design. Wes, was Final Fantasy X one of the ones that was high with on your list, or?
It's probably somewhere in the middle for me. I liked it really well when it came out. I think my main things that I would say about it, just to kind of wrap up our general thoughts about the game, I would echo a lot of what some of you said about, like, I do think that the world design and like civilization design has some cool ideas. So I like the idea of this catastrophe that kind of runs across the world, and the civilization that spawns around that, and they do spend some time fleshing that out. I kind of also, naming it Sin started the Final Fantasy thing of naming characters and things really on the nose things like hope. But anyway, I think that the characters in 10 are a hard one for me to really categorize my feelings on. I feel like they're fairly well-formed characters in general for their purpose in the game. Like their setup, I guess, is what you would call it, right? So
right.
Titus is kind of like,
I guess
the guy
they feel their niches or their stereotypes or whatever.
Yeah, they fill those stereotypes, and they feel like, okay, this is a character that makes sense for the point that they're in the world. I just don't think that they go anywhere from there. For me, the characters in general, a lot of times, and some of it I think is the writing and the voice acting. They feel like they're playing a character, like it's an actor playing a character. And it was like, okay, this is what your character is. You're the goofy guy who hates those other people and kind of makes weird jokes that don't really make sense. So you're going to play Waka, and that's your thing. Every time you have a line, that's the vibe you're going to give, right? And Oren, you're the kind of slow, brooding guy, and every time you have a line, that's the vibe you're going to give. And like I said, like I think they generally hit those roles fairly well, but the roles just don't feel like they change or are really fleshed out. as
So
the game goes.
I have a question. I mean, I'm sure I could Google it, but you're all here, so I'm just going to ask you: was Final Fantasy X the first game with voice acting? One of the first
Yes.
games? I mean,
Yeah.
how far?
Yeah,
It was.
the first.
So I think your points
Yeah.
are well taken, Nate. I'm just curious because I haven't gone back and played this, like
I
replayed this
haven't
any
either.
time in the last 10 years. I wonder how well the voice acting holds up today with the modifier that it was the first game that ever did it. I don't know.
Yeah,
I think for a first stab, it wasn't
100%.
terrible, but I don't
Yeah.
think it's that great. Yeah, I mean, there's, of course, which...
The infamous laugh, yeah.
There's the infamous
Okay, yeah,
laugh.
that one was terrible. I mean, but like
And I
back
think
in-
it's
Go
a
ahead.
fair point. It's a fair point. I think, yeah, okay, this is a huge game, a ton of writing. They voice acted it. It doesn't always land, but I think it is also a writing issue. I don't think it's just the voice acting.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say is, like, I think the voice... I think for a first stab back in 2000, like, the voice acting's... Or 2001, the voice acting's not actually, like, terrible. I don't think it's great, and I think today it would be considered substandard. But I think the writing's the bigger problem.
Well, and
And-
the other thing that I'm thinking of is like there's a difference between writing dialogue in a dialogue box, but then also writing dialogue
Yes,
for a voice actor to read. I mean, that's kind of like two
100%.
different skill sets.
100%. So yeah, I could fully accept like the saying that this is their first transition from writing just boxes dialogue into voice dialogue, and maybe their characters didn't translate super well.
Right.
Like
I
that's
mean, it's still
fine.
about criticism, but
It's not like it ruined the game for me. Like I do like some things about 10. I think I forget who said it now, but sort of in the same way that 9 was kind of just a game that was pretty smooth all the way through and didn't have many bumps. I feel like that's kind of 10 for me as well. But it also didn't have any real standout moments for me.
Yeah, that's kind of like we like Steph and Ryan talked a lot about a lot of the things they like about 10, but I'm still wondering, like, what is it for you guys that really made it top tier? Because we're sitting here talking about comparing to other Final Fantasy games, and it's like I'm struggling to sit here and say, like, what's really the standout thing about it? Like, what makes 10 special in, like, the hierarchy of Final Fantasy? Like, what makes it a top 3 or 4?
Well, like I said, it tackled an issue that I think is actually a social issue we have in the real world. Like, we don't have X death actually to worry about in
Thank
real
God.
life.
Woo.
I don't think about that guy. But you do think about racism. You do think about religious, like extremists and things like that.
Yeah.
You do think about people being placed in certain social roles that they don't want to be. Like, Yuna doesn't exactly want to sacrifice herself, but she has to for the greater good. And we do see a lot of self-sacrificing in earlier Final Fantasies, but they're always like in the minute. It's always like, we're about to explode, so I'm going to cover up the bomb, or I'm going to strap myself with explosives and jump because I'm a badass little dwarf guy. Sid's a badass for that. So we do see that theme of self-sacrificing, but watching Yuna like have to go through the entire game process, knowing what's going to happen, watching everyone that she loves find out it's going to happen and still progressing through it. I think that those are really deep issues, and I'm not saying other Final Fantasies aren't deep, but I think that this one's really real. Like, it hits really close to home. And like I said, the battle system, I think, like being able to see whose turn was next and being able to play that strategy game is definitely the most enjoyable for me.
Yeah, and like for me, I think that I would not score the narrative and the characters of this game as like S rank, but they're high enough and they're good enough to where what really pulls this game into the top tier for me is, like Steph was saying, that battle system, along with the way that it handles summons and with your ability to customize your summons, to power them up, to give them spells. Like, I always thought that was like a really neat thing, and that you had your core characters with their sphere grid, and I've really enjoyed the way that a lot of that worked from a gameplay perspective, but I also liked the added complexity that you could also customize individual summons to the point to where, like, I just gave myself a goal, whenever I on one of the playthroughs of the game, that I was going to beat the final boss just with Bahamut. So I spent a lot of time feeding that dude all kinds of orbs and giving him all kinds of spells. And so here comes Jekt, and that's nice. The party's going to go take a nap, and Bahamut's going to murder this dude. And like, that was cool. Like, that added level of complexity inside of the gameplay system is kind of the thing that really drags this into the top tier.
Well, also,
for me.
The customization
I would say
that
a
we were
lot of
talking
Final
about
Fantasy
in
have
12
systems like that you can engage with, though.
Yeah, but like you're talking about, like Final Fantasy 12, how you can customize everything really nice. I think that, not on top of like customizing your characters, you can start having them go into other characters' sphere grids. I think was really cool. So where you were before, you only had Titus was your fast striker, and Auron was like your shell breaker. Your kind of big. Your big tank guy.
Smash.
Yeah, but you could take Auron and you could be like, hey, why don't you go learn some black magic? Why don't you go into Lulu's grid for a little while, which sounds really, really kinky.
I want to go into Lulu's grid.
Oh boy.
Oh no, we're not doing that podcast here. As the host, I'm shutting this down. Carry on without the innuendo.
Oh, that's like half of my dialogue. So I mean, like the customization that you have from that, I think, was something really fun to explore.
Right.
For me, the sphere grid didn't seem any more customization. Like, I think the license board in 12 is at least as flexible and customizable. I think the way you learn spells from Espers in 6, for example, I think the materia, like, I think a lot of these games, or the Final Fantasy V's job system, like, I think a lot of these games allow you to do just as much, if not more, customization as 10 does. So, like, for me, the sphere grid doesn't stand out. Like, it's fine, but I don't think it stands out, like, above all the other systems in the other games by comparison.
And maybe I can't make the argument, but I will just say that, I've played those other games, and there is still, even after that, there's still something about the sphere grid which resonates with me in a way that the other systems don't. And
because it came on a poster inside of the game.
Absolutely, that's totally what it was.
For me, I pretty much just, like, when I look at the sphere grid, it's like, all right, this is the obvious path they set out for Tidus or whoever, and I kind of followed it. And I know you can break from that, but, like, you can play that pretty straight and it works. And, like, the other Final Fantasy games, you can also play straight or branch out. So, like, it didn't seem any more customizable to me.
Well, the sphere grid to me was more intuitive than Final Fantasy XII's system. I mean, like, Final Fantasy XII system, I don't necessarily think that there was anything, like, wrong with it, so I'm not calling it, like, bad. It's just that the sphere grid for me scratched an itch in the way that 12 didn't. And as far as the classes in 5 or 3, or even the learning the Espers from 6, I mean, like, or learning the spells from the Espers in 6, like, I think you're making a valid point. So I'm not going to argue it too much. It's just even having experienced all of those, there's still something about the sphere grid and the way that you can chain into the other members of your party once you sort of complete whatever your particular character's sphere grid is, that I always thought was really cool.
I wonder if part of it could come because, like, by the time I played 10, I had played like half a dozen other. I think I had played 4 through 9 at that point at least, and I had gone down all sorts of cool rabbit holes with a lot of those games of building, doing. You're talking about, like, building out Bahamut to be able to be really powerful. Like, I had gone down weird rabbit holes in a lot of the other games to do stuff like that. And I wondered, like, by the time I got to 10, it's like, okay, like, here's it's a different take on the system, but it doesn't, stand out as, like, offering something that I haven't done multiple times before. And if 10 being your first, like, maybe it stood out because of that.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe the thing with me is it's a little bit the Mario Kart syndrome. Your favorite Mario Kart's the first one that you played. And maybe maybe if I would have played 12 first, I would have the same opinion about that system versus the sphere grid. But, there's still something about the sphere grid that just makes me feel all warm and fuzzy on the inside.
And I want to look at the sphere grid again, actually, but I think there's probably something to be said for its visual presentation that does a lot for it. Like, I think it, like, fits the sort of sci-fi-ish setting of the game, and they lay it all out there for you. So it's not like It's not
Right.
hidden systems.
I
It's
feel
all
like I
there.
really agree with that point. Like, that's a really, really good point, because I was just thinking, like, what is it between like 10 and something like 13's? I forgot what they called it in that one, but like 13's,
Yeah,
like,
the
pseudo
Christmas parties or
spirit.
something.
yeah, because
Or,
you
I don't
can,
know.
because eventually that opens up and you can be anything you want in the same
Yeah.
way that you can in 10. But I think you're right. I think it's that presentation. It's the idea of being connected to these other characters. Because, you know, in 13, like, you have your own tree and it's your own personal tree. But there's something about seeing, like, I'm Riku and now I'm hanging out in Waka Land. Like, I don't know, there was something
Yeah.
kind of cool about that.
Yeah,
Waka
Yeah.
Waka Land.
that element, which I mean, you know, like 6 and 7 in particular, I thought had pretty cool systems, but that element in particular was kind of neat. Like, as you're progressing, you know, you go into Titus's tree and you're like, okay, I get haste, I get attack plus, I get speed plus, like, you know, all this stuff you would expect of him. But it's like, wait, if I go into this other direction where it says, you know, Yuna, it's like suddenly, you know, you start seeing Titus kind of like segueing into like white magic, and it's like,
Kind of like Paladin
It's-
territory.
yeah, it's not like a complete stretch, but it's like, oh, okay, that's kind of neat. Like, I can kind of go into this other character. It's like, so do I want to continue and, you know, make Titus, or do I like splashing into this other stuff? And, you know, the longer you play, of course, the more you can just do it easily, but it's still kind of neat that the game kind of shows you that choice, I think, reasonably early on.
Mhm.
Right. So we've been talking about Final Fantasy X for about half an hour or so. So we probably should move on to one of the other games that we have in the top tier. So I'm going to give Flex. We'll start with you. You said that you had another couple of quick points that you wanted to make before we moved off of 10.
Yeah, and I mean, before we move off 10, like I think 10's a good game. Just to kind of reiterate what I said before, is like, for me, it's kind of a middle, like, it's a good game, but not much standout for me. The two other things that kind of bug me about it. One, I think the idea of like being able to switch people out in combat is really cool. I think the way they used it kind of bummed me out, in that like they basically used it to be like, hey, if there's an air enemy, you need to bring in Waka. If there's a quick enemy, you need to bring in Tidus. If there's an armored enemy, you need to bring in Aran. So it felt like a little bit of like combat by numbers, so to speak, where it's like,
Rock, paper, scissors.
You see the thing, you bring in the right person, and that's kind of that. So like that I didn't care for a ton. The other thing that I remember, so Final Fantasy 6 through 9, I played all of them twice, and I started playing Final Fantasy 10 a second time, and like I got a few hours in, I was like, this is not doing it for me like the other ones did the second time. And I think I was trying, as everyone else has been talking, I've been trying to think of like what that was. And I think like when I played through that game the first time, it was like, all right, we're chasing Sin. We do that for a long time, and it like a lot of the beats kind of seemed pretty straightforward or telegraphed, not necessarily in a bad way, but it like in a way that like just didn't endear me to it a ton. That it's like, okay, like I'm just kind of going through these motions, if that makes sense. So like like it just there's just nothing about it just felt like it was really like going for something like just that was gonna make me latch onto it. It was just like a lot of it felt like going through these motions in a very like kind of uninspired way.
So I have two quick counterpoints. So I mean, that's basically Final Fantasy 1 and Final Fantasy 2, where you're like, okay, what is the next, even though you have an open world, what is the next thing to do? Go do that. What is the next thing to do? Go do that. Like,
and I'm not even saying that. I mean, just like the thing you go do is usually like, I mean, Final Fantasy 1 and 2 are also lower on this list, and I think that's good. But like, the thing is like, I don't like, it's hard for me to envision like 10. Okay, I'm trying to figure out how to word this. So it's like,
I think maybe I can help a little if I'm understanding what you're going for. Like,
go for it.
10, a lot of the time you spend knowing exactly what you're doing and why.
Mm-hmm.
And in a lot of the other games, especially some of my favorites, which we'll get to in a minute, the game really unfurls around you in a way that not only calls back to everything that's happened before, but teases out possibilities for future mysteries that you're curious about, but you don't necessarily understand. and 10
Oh,
doesn't.
sure, and I
Yeah,
get that.
there's
And that's
no-
a really charming element. But I mean, that's part of the twist that comes in this game, is you think that you're doing this for a righteous cause, and then you find out that the organization, that you're actually trying to fight for is corrupted. So, I mean, I think it makes sense for you to go so long thinking
Yeah,
you're doing well, and then you're like, oh shit, the pastor's a bad guy.
I guess
another one of those
there is
things
some
that,
of
like,
that.
To me,
but-
that was kind of obvious from the start.
Right, and I guess that would be the counter argument to that, is that maybe it's just depending on like what you read into it as you're playing, or what other similar types of stories you've seen before. But like none of that really surprised me when it happened.
Yeah, that's the word I was going to say. Is I didn't feel like the surprise or mystery or twists from 10 that I did a lot of the previous games. Sorry to interrupt you, Nate.
No, you're fine. I was done.
And one other quick counterpoint. So, like, you're talking about like switching out a character to match the bad guy, playing like the connect the dots like that. I mean, that's really not any more different than I have a fire monster in front of me, so I know I should put out a ice attack. Like, it's kind of the same thing.
Yes, I definitely agree that like there's a lot of that, but it felt more prescribed in 10 because it's like if there's a enemy weak to fire in like, I don't know, I'm just picking a random game, Final Fantasy 7. Like you had to equip fire on a person, like you had to equip that material, so you had to be prepared for that. If there's an air enemy in Final Fantasy 10, like Waka is just effective against them. It doesn't matter what you do to Waka, like because of the weapon he always has, he's effective against it. So it was a little more pre-prescribed. Like you didn't have to equip that on him; he was just that.
I mean, I think we can probably continue on, but I do remember in 10 occasionally like using the swapping because like a character hit low health, or like having to really think about it because it's like, okay, am I going to be able to, use this character in time? And like, especially in a couple of the harder fights, like I do remember kind of liking the fact that your party kind of felt useful as a whole, even when they weren't necessarily in the battle.
Yeah. And I like parts about that combat system and dislike some parts about it. I think some of the characters never felt useful to me, so they were just kind of sitting there.
Who used Kamari?
I love Kamari. I had that guy on my party every time.
I love
that
mage.
I would never use Kamari or Riku like for anything.
That's another thing that's interesting about that game is the way you can play it. Because I remember watching Paul like play an item run using Riku, which in my game I never used her. And Kamari was interestingly my black mage because since he could do everything, I decided I liked him better than Lulu.
And that goes back to like the customizability that's in a lot of the games.
Yeah, and to say something, just to wrap this topic up, I think somewhat positive. I don't think it's bad to have like the character swapping thing be kind of like a if this then use that. Like I think that's a pretty fundamental game design thing where it's just like as a player that constant like, oh, I notice what the game is doing and I'm going to respond with the appropriate feedback and I'm going to win because of it. Like that's a good feedback loop to have. So I don't think it's bad. I think that there are other like I said, like not all the characters felt useful to me, and I didn't find when I tried to dive into the sphere grid, I never felt like I could actually affect the amount of change that I wanted to in my character builds. Like I think like we were talking about the presentational aspect of that, where it like it's this big expanse and you can see everything kind of laid out and see like, oh yeah, I could do all this cool stuff, but then to actually implement that, I never. Maybe it was just me because I haven't replayed this game and I only did it the one time, but like I never felt like I could be effective in my manipulating the sphere grid.
Right.
But anyway, we should probably talk about some of these other games.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and let's move down into Final Fantasy VI, which for a long time in the history of the internet, Final Fantasy VII was the greatest Final Fantasy game in the whole world. But then there was this one quiet corner of the internet who kept yelling about Final Fantasy VI, and I feel like in the last few years we've seen a lot more attention go on to this game, which I will feel a little sad to say I have never actually beaten before. So I'm going to leave the most of the Final Fantasy. Yeah, I never got around to it.
You should go do that.
I should, but unfortunately, we're already doing the ranking of Final Fantasies, and I just ran out of time. Dang you, Breath of the Wild. So, let's see. Fowler, I know you played it a lot. Wes, you played it a lot. Ryan, did you finish Final Fantasy VI?
Sort of yes with an asterisk. I mean, yeah, 6 is an interesting game. So actually, I first watched my aunt. She was playing it at the time, and she played through it and beat it. And then I played it myself, and I got to like the final dungeon. So in that sense, I feel like kind of vicariously, I've basically beaten the game.
Right.
I think that's fair.
I hit
fair.
a bit of a grind wall there, and I kind of knew the ending, so I ended up not finishing it myself. But I basically, got all the blitzes and got Ultima and all what have you. So, so I'm pretty familiar with the game.
Okay.
Yes.
Fowler, I'm sure you have a lot of words about 6. So 1, 2, 3, go.
You know it. Well, I almost wonder if Nate should go first because I think he may have wanted to link that to our 10 discussion.
Yeah, I can talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, you were going to do that. My bad.
No, you're fine. I think that it follows from some of our earlier discussion of 10 fairly well in that, especially in the sense of world building. Because as much as I think 10 does some cool stuff with its world and setting and sort of the overall like threats and movement of the world and making it feel like a living place, I think 6 is, in my opinion, like the masterclass example of this, right? Mm-hmm. So it more than any of the other Final Fantasies, it feels like this world was very carefully constructed and considered about what kind of place and time it exists in, and exactly what all of the different factions and characters are thinking and feeling and doing, and really exposes that in both big and small ways. And part of the reason I think that they do that so well is the cast of characters, number one, which is a pretty large cast of characters for a Final Fantasy game. I don't know if it's the largest. It probably isn't.
It's the largest of playable characters, yes.
Largest of playable, okay. And they're all like different and fleshed out and from different parts of the world and have different motivations and backgrounds. And I think that they kind of just come together as this ragtag group and interweave with each other and talk to each other and have different reasons for doing what they're doing. And every single thing that they do and say adds to the flavor of some part of the world. So you have, the Celeste is the soldier from the Empire who ends up joining your group, and then Edgar and Sabin are the two brothers who were going to be king, and one of them had to be king and the other one left, and Cyan is sort of a knight from a different kingdom. And then Terra, obviously, being sort of born from the Espers, which are the magical race of beings from history. And basically every character is very carefully designed and constructed and contributes to the story in some way that shows more and more flavor of the world. So I think that's probably my main point on 6. But I also just think that in terms of setting up a world with history and background and interesting characters, and then letting loose all the forces that they've designed for the world, and it more or less doesn't feel like a prescribed story. It almost feels like a simulation. Like you set forth all of these different forces and motivations and different characters and factions, and this is just what happened, and stuff goes really bad.
Right.
And that world just evolves and changes in such dramatic and crazy ways that are different from most of the tropes of the Final Fantasy series.
Yeah, it's interesting to me. Like, I mean, I would say for my taste, probably the 3D era, or the other 3D era games on this list are slightly more, but I can say a lot of good things about 6. I mean, if we were ranking these top 3 by villains, I think 6 would be a strong contender for the number 1. Also the steampunk setting is pretty cool. Like they definitely have some pretty serious moments, and they do have a really great cast of characters that they do kind of the big event in the kind of early middle game that kind of changes, that kind of rocks the world. Like, there's definitely a lot of things that 6 had. And I mean, for good and for bad, 6 also kind of had some of those. I don't know if I'm guessing they were intentionally left in there, but they're those kind of old school glitchy, like, if you use revive on the zombie train, like, those little like.
Yeah, I think those are intentional.
I assume it's intentional, but it's the kind of stuff that is almost like old school thinking that a lot of modern games would just take out. Or
modern games are also kind of going back to that kind of stuff. If you look at like,
I'm
how
saying
Breath of the Wild lets you circumvent things by being like persistent or clever about something. It's like, like it's a zombie train, so healing spells should hurt it and revive should kill it.
I'm saying it's both a good and a bad thing. I mean, sometimes it does, if you know the trick, like it can kind of kill the challenge, but they do have some pretty kind of clever special things like that, and you can really abuse like Go-Go's mime ability and stuff like that. I remember.
You can also suplex the zombie train.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty great.
But some great character dynamics too. You've got like the Wild Kid and Gao, and you've got Edgar and Sabin, and they have that kind of sense of humor and brotherly chemistry.
Mr. Thou.
And Sai in the Night, and his kind of like sense of honor and his tragic backstory. Tara was actually one of the. She definitely has some things going on, but as far as character development, she was one of the harder characters to follow. Like,
I think she's hard to relate from the beginning, and even
they don't
towards
always,
the end.
I think she, for me, she actually like because of the way that game has an ensemble cast. There's no real standout main protagonist, quote unquote. But to me, she kind of serves as the player surrogate in a way, because she's mostly quiet, and she's the one who kind of gets dragged into things, and which is potentially how a player could feel in this or any of these games. And at the end, there's a really great monologue that she gives to Kefka, and she talks about how like she's seen all of these varied experiences through the world that are beautiful, and how like that's what's worth fighting for and all this stuff. So to me, Tara is the player who like, or the character who like is being has found herself in this position, ends up interacting with all these characters, and like she's important for her abilities, but she doesn't necessarily always understand that, but she's seeing all these things happen around her, and she's like the one who comes to understand the state of the world and what everything means. And at the end, she gives that final delivery of like, no, this is what it's all about.
100%. Yeah, she's soaking it all in, and then comes in at the end when she's kind of not a flat character, but she doesn't talk a lot.
Yeah, she's one of the minor ones.
That was that comment is not not a huge criticism. It's just that she was one of your first playable characters, and I mean, like you said, not necessarily that she's the protagonist, which in some ways she is, because the story does tend to follow her for the most part, but also like you have Locke hit on her, and it's like kind of like hitting on a board. Like there's just a lot of situations where you would expect like a little bit more of at least an acknowledgement, if not a reaction, and she just kind of like she's like, wait, where am I, what's going on? What, are you talking to me?
So there are some of these things about this game. So I haven't actually done a 100% play this game, but some of the things that I really, really love, and the real reason why I haven't played through all of it is just purely time. This game came out in 91, and it reminds me of one of my favorite games of all time.
Oh, go on. Go on. Sorry.
It came out in 91, right?
It came out in 94 in the U.S. I don't know when it came out in Japan.
Gotcha. So, but the point was, Chrono Cross is actually definitely my favorite game, and it came out much, much later. But one of the things that this game does, before what everyone praises Chrono Cross for, is having, like you said, this crazy wide variety of characters. I mean, you have a Yeti in your party, and that's one of the charms that I love of Chrono Cross is like there you have a scarecrow, and you have a fat woman with a frying pan, and then you have a skull, a skeleton guy. I mean, there's all these characters that are charming, and I feel like 6 delivers on that even more, because these characters actually have really important stories. And I think that's fantastic. I think the Kefka, I mean, I know we've already praised him a little bit, but I mean, the fact that you have a character that you so I know in Final Fantasy 1, you see the main bad guy in the beginning, plot twist, et cetera, but there's something really special, because in a lot of Final Fantasies, you see how you go through antagonists, like a buffet, you just go through them, and then suddenly you're fighting God or a sandworm that controls time or something. Where here, you see Kefka in the freaking beginning, and he's complaining there's sand in his boots when he's in the desert.
Yeah, he's a total weirdo clown. That's who's this guy? He's not. He's no more threatening than a rabbit.
He totally wins. I love that the bad guy. I mean, I know he doesn't win, but he won. And
he almost.
He has his victories, and he, like you said, he looks like a clown that you're just gonna smash. In a lot of games,
he's like a comic relief character at the first.
Yeah, you think he's gonna be the bad Biggs and Wedge, he's gonna be one of those. But one of the coolest parts, and I know I'm getting a little ahead of myself, but so. I'm not stirring up another pot, but one of the things that really resonated with me in 15 is something I know that 6 does, and I'm really excited to get to it. And that's seeing what happens after the destruction. The fact that so much of your game exists after Kefka wins, and you get to see the consequences of that, and everyone move through that. I love that kind of post-apocalyptic kind of thing.
So good.
I love it.
Yeah. So Flex, I think you're the only person that hasn't had a chance to have some thoughts. So 1, 2, 3, go.
Yeah, and picking up
one sec, real quick.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I just want to say I really like what Steph said there, and I have to drill home the point. Kefka should not be the main villain in this game, and it's great that he is.
It's so great that he is.
It's so good.
Yeah, and the transition. So it's so great because Gestalt and the Empire are kind of painted as the big bad villains at the beginning, and Kefka is their subordinate, and they send him to do these menial tasks walking through the desert that gets sand in his boots.
Everybody.
Yeah, and he Gestalt treats Kefka like dog shit. They treat him like an errand boy, and he hates it. And you see this transition of Kefka, this peon guy, this minion who's nothing. The transition from him to upending everyone and coming out on top, he kills his bosses. You see the way he goes about scheming and conniving and taking down Gestalt and killing Leo, the big bad Empire general. Which, by the way, the scene where Kefka turns on Leo is one of the most harrowing moments for me in that entire franchise. Yeah, that was the moment where I'm Kefka will stop at nothing. This guy is a monster. He's insane.
Yeah, there's no reason, fictionally, narratively, whatever, why he should be the main villain of this game. Especially considering the space in which it exists, which is Japanese role-playing games from, the 2D era, where everything, we were saying earlier, devolves into fighting God and giant space monsters.
Yeah.
There's just no justification for why, when they wrote this story, they made Kefka the main villain. But it's so good and it works in that world so well.
Yeah, it does. And it all ties back into the world Nate was saying. That world exists in a place. You have this conflux of emerging technology that gives it its steampunk vibe, and you have this ancient magic that kind of surfaces in weird ways. And then you have just the very cosmopolitan tone that Nate was talking about, where you have all of these different groups of peoples that have their different priorities and beliefs around the world. And you see it all. you see how the Empire is affecting all of that. You end up seeing how Kefka affects all of that. You see how, as you travel the world and you meet people, they all come together. And like Final Fantasy VI's world, like, you know, you save the world in a lot of video games, but like, you know, Nate kind of said it well in that it's like a simulation and things just happen. Like the way all that stuff came together, it felt like a real world worth saving. Like it was not a clean world. It was not like, it was a very raw world where you see these people living their lives and trying to do stuff. And it's like, you want to see these people succeed. You want to see them find their place and live their life. And you get a lot of that through your party members, as Nate was describing, how they all come together. And you see that manifest in their abilities in combat as well, in that, like, you know, Edgar has access to, like, fancy weapons because he was a king. Like, Sabin went and trained on a mountain, so he's got all these arts and martial arts stuff. And, like, Cyan was a trained swordsman. And, like, you get that variety, which leads a lot of variety to the combat. And then also, like, the way the Esper system is integrated is also very smart and leads to tons of customizability that's really fun. And then, like, there's so many brilliant points with this game. Like, I mean, the fact that Kefka, like, does rise up and destroy the world, like, come on, like, that's ridiculous. Like, how many video games does the world get destroyed halfway through and then you have a whole second act to play through? And, like, a lot of the more interesting character moments actually happen in that second act. Like, that second act really dives into, like, these characters have reached their lowest moment.
Yeah.
And
Right.
they really dig deep to figure out, like, what's worth living for and fighting for, and, like, what can they do in this completely ruined world. Like, there's a suicide scene in that game. Like,
I was just about to bring that up. So, like, that was one of the points that I would defend about 13, to bring another game. There's only 2 games that I can think of where one of your main characters, like, either attempts or contemplates, like, suicide, like, very seriously. Like the scene where Saz has the gun to his head and is thinking about killing himself because he's just so, like, frustrated with the situation and his son and Vanille and everything. Like, that, regardless of the rest of the game, that scene was a really good scene. And watching Celeste's scene was even more heart-wrenching because, you know, Saz decides not to go through with it, and Celeste actually tries.
Yeah, she tries.
Like, that's hard. That's hard. Were there any other suicide scenes in? Because Final Fantasy seems to love the self-sacrificing for the greater good kind of deaths, but you don't really see these selfish, like, I can't handle this anymore kind of
you
deaths.
see other selfish stuff, interestingly, in Final Fantasy VI. Like, there's actually not a lot of for the greater good. Like, you see, like, Cyan is just torn apart because Kefka poisons that village that kills, or where's his family in that village? Either way, he lost his family.
It was his daughter and his wife. Yeah,
and he's just, like, so torn up about it. And then I think it was Locke that had, like, a long lost love, and that he is trying to salvage. And like everyone kind of has their personal motivations, and if you do a lot of the side quests, like, you really dig into some pretty fascinating stuff for all these characters. And, like, I think there's also, like for how dour this all sounds, like, there's also a really, like, enjoyable vibe to the game. Like, I think a lot of the steampunk atmosphere leads to, like, a lot of fun stuff, like the freaking castles, like, dive into the sand and drive around really under the sand.
And like something that I think that we haven't talked about a lot in the Final Fantasy games so far is pacing, right?
Yeah.
This game just jumps right out of the gate, but it doesn't ever necessarily feel frantic or frenetic or rushed. It's like you're on a train and you're going and you're having fun the whole daggum time. And, like, having that castle sink into the sand in, like, the first, like, half an hour or hour of you playing, it's like, holy shit, this is amazing. You know?
Yeah, and, like, that game moves, and it never feels like it's rushing either. It's like, it never feels like it's dawdling, and it never feels like it's rushing, and, like, it covers so much ground, and it's not even the longest Final Fantasy game. And it's got some personality in it as well, like characters like Setzer or Ultros the Octopus, or, like, you know, or like the stuff you mentioned between, like, or the stuff you mentioned between, like, Gao and Cyan, like the Mr. Thou stuff. Like, it has fun with it as well, even as, like, probably some of the most, like, harrowing stuff in the entire franchise happens in that game with what Kefka ends up pulling off. And I think there's some really fantastic, like the art and the music and stuff in that game is, I think, really special. Like, Steph put in like some of the art in this document we have shared of like the final fight with Kefka, and like stuff like that is just magnificent and all throughout this game. Like it's an art, I think, like from an artistic presentation standpoint, it's great. And I also think that 6, I mean, maybe this comes partially from its themes being so resonant in so many ways, but I think Final Fantasy 6 might have the best writing in any Final Fantasy game. Like they're able to convey like a lot of good beats in that writing in a way that I think a lot of the other Final Fantasy games struggle with, especially when you start going off the rails with like the weird anime story beats that we joke about in other Final Fantasy games. Like it becomes hard to write about that stuff. But 6 finds a really incredible balance between being grounded and being fantastical. That is, I don't know how they pulled it off, but like they find that balance and they convey it through their writing in a way that just like it just feels on point. And like that goes a long way towards making that world feel so raw and real, and it's like something you want to save.
Yeah, 100% agree.
So I think that's probably enough on Final Fantasy VI. I mean, there's a lot there. It's a great game. So the only thing that we haven't talked about in the top tier right now, or so far, is Final Fantasy VII, which
now it's time to get anime, people. Let's do it.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of in a weird spot with 7 because I happened to watch Advent Children, learned the spoiler on the internet, and played 10 before I played 7. So I think that probably softened the impact of that game a lot for me. But I played through it, and I will solidly say that for me, it was a video game. It was not bad, right? I mean, it's certainly not a bad video game. It's definitely a good video game. But whenever I look and see across the internet the reverence that a lot of people have for this particular game, I'm like, I'm not gonna say it's bad, and I'm not gonna argue with people with their positions on it, because I certainly understand the written arguments that I read about why Final Fantasy VII is such a good video game, but it didn't have the emotional resonance with me that it had with a lot of other people, and maybe that's because I saw too much of the other content around it before I actually played it.
Yeah, that's probably a tough one to come to years later when you've had stuff spoiled.
It's also, I think, more than a lot of these that are highly regarded, I think 7 is like really dependent on the time and place argument, right? So like that game was the first 3D one, and it's this huge spectacle and has these crazy cutscenes, and it's the first one that took that sharp anime turn, and like it does some things presentationally that are really different from what the 6 games before it did. So I think it is a little bit of a time and place thing for a lot of people. So, I mean, I'm pretty sure it is for me.
And not only that, but like you said, I mean, the things that it did were really unique and special in terms of storytelling, and it has a great story too, in my opinion. But the things that it did at the time are really unique and special, and also technically, although it was revolutionary at the time, unfortunately, like the technology doesn't hold up that well. Like it's one of those things that was pretty unique and amazing at the time, but like going back to it, I think it, more than a lot of other games, like kind of suffers, which at the time was fine because it was,
You don't like the blocky hands?
I mean,
it's a funny thing because at the time I thought the game looked great.
Yeah, I did too.
Yeah, exactly.
And if you look back at it now, like actually, like the battle scenes still look really pretty okay.
Yeah,
like those look totally fine.
Yeah,
it's compared to it's like the overworld 3D models are like super low polygon and like basic.
Who needs mouths on your models?
Yeah, you don't need that.
And I mean, I think that there's actually, something to be said, or at least an argument to be considered. If Final Fantasy VII is more easily dated than Final Fantasy VI, like if it is more of a time and place thing, like I think that that's something, that's kind of significant. I mean, like Final Fantasy VII holds a special place in a lot of people, but if someone from today goes back to 7 today and it's not quite holding up the way that maybe it should, like I think that's meaningful.
Well, I think it holds up every way, but graphically.
Yeah.
Well,
Yes,
and the
but
other thing that I think hurts 7 is that its big moment, or one of its biggest moments, is now pretty much spoiled because of the popularity and like the internet. Like one of its most
Sure.
impactful moments at the time, which was, I mean, it's not completely out of there, but it was pretty unique and special. Like
I don't
now,
know that you can hold it against the game. You're right that it would be hard for somebody in the gaming space to not know about that.
Right.
Yeah, and I don't hold that against the game at all. I'm just saying that like there are some things now that would. I know people who try to go back to it who haven't played it. Like more than one person has kind of said, "I don't get it."
Yeah.
Or
and as much as that's a known quantity, like I'm assuming you're talking about Aerith's death at least.
yes.
Yeah, and I mean,
Spoiler alert.
spoiler alert. And
I mean, whatever.
you know,
We're spoiling it.
yeah, and I mean, it's also kind of the same thing, where that big spoiler got out on the internet several years ago now. Snape kills Dumbledore. By the way, spoiler.
Right.
Like once everyone on the internet got spoiled for that because of some internet trolls or whatever, it did have a meaningful effect on the impact of that particular book and also the
Right.
movie and yada yada yada. And now if you'd have someone go back to like something like Harry Potter and read through it, they're looking at that through a way different lens than the original readers did, because they know eventually Snape's going to kill Dumbledore the same way that they know eventually Eris is going to die, and that does take a big punch out of the emotional impact.
Yeah.
Sure.
But that's
So,
all.
yeah, I
Yeah,
mean-
it does. That does explain a little why it's a time and place. But like, I don't think any of that can necessarily be held against the game. Because like, if you played that game without knowing any spoilers, the way, and it's not just the fact that Eris dies, right? Because people have died, like playable party members have died in previous, like half your playable party members die in Final Fantasy IV, for crying out loud. Like, it's
you
not
can say that. You can say
Every
that
other one
cements.
dies in too, right?
Yeah, but
You
it's
can say that cements, and it doesn't convey at all what that means.
It's the way it's the execution of that scene, the way she dies, but more, and even more importantly, like the reasons she dies and why she was in that position and how we got to that point is very meaningful. Like like there's a lot of buildup that makes her death meaningful in a way that just simple character deaths are not always meaningful.
Yeah, and how they follow it up afterwards.
Even when she's dead, she still has a role in that story for the rest of the game.
She's not a character that just gets blown up in the first act and then you never really talk about them again. Like,
Right.
she is so important to that whole arc, even when she's gone.
Yeah.
So maybe it's a good time, like, to bounce off. So we've kind of talked about like why why it might be a little difficult to get into it now. But I mean, I will say like.
Right.
That game is, I think, definitely a top tier.
Yes.
For me, at least. The
thing? Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
So, yeah, I would say like, again, the time and place impact was pretty special, but it's tough to quantify. I mean, the graphics may not hold up today, but like the music in that game was good. The cast of characters is really interesting. Like the storytelling is good. Like, I mean, between it and 6, I don't know. Like it's really tough because I remember a lot. Like some of those moments in 7 are really impactful, and like those characters, are obviously 6 has its great writing, but 7's characters are also kind of beloved for maybe different reasons. Like gameplay was a lot of fun, and it did some cool things. Like. In terms of the materia system and limit breaks, just a lot going on with that game, and like the story beats that were pretty pretty awesome.
When I think of 7, the main thing that always comes to mind is how I feel like they just really went for it, and how they just had so many just ridiculous, crazy moments that just really stand out. Like there's so much just off the wall, crazy, like just memorable stuff that happens throughout that game. It feels like every few hours you're just hitting this big moment where something turns and you're just like, what in the world are they doing? Like, why are they going this? Like, this is insane.
That game is a roller coaster for sure.
That game is a roller coaster. And like, it made it really fun and entertaining to like follow through that story. And like, as Ryan said, like the gameplay and like the pacing and like all that stuff is good. Like, I think the materia system works. I think, I think the pacing of like your progress through that game feels right. Like, it's not too rushed. Like we said for 6, it's not too rushed or too slow. Like, I think they hit a lot of like fundamentals, you know, pretty well. And then like, they just take you on a ride. Like, and it doesn't stop. That ride does not stop being crazily entertaining from start to finish. And like, it absolutely gets very anime, but I think it gets very anime in a good way that's entertaining.
Yeah.
Right.
When it goes full anime, it's because there was a giant magical alien that almost destroyed the planet but didn't quite, and then there's this crazy cyberpunk corporation that's like oppressing the population, and like those two forces start to collide almost directly through Sephiroth, who becomes the sort of most well-known part of the game as the villain, but like he's just a byproduct of like all the crazy stuff that's happening in this world.
Yeah, Shinra, like I was actually surprised when I started playing through 7, like knowing what I knew about it. Like when I first started playing through 7, and you know, Flex, you were there. You know, I was like, wow, who are these Shinra people, and why are they so like? How are they not the main bad guy? This is ridiculous. Like I know
in a way they kind of are.
They are
in a lot of ways.
Exactly. I think it's actually kind of telling that if Shinra is easily forgotten because it is overshadowed by Sephiroth, yet we all know that Shinra is actually a really good sort of evil organization that is, you know, pretty well written. It's like, okay, well, if that's the B villain, then that's pretty cool. You know, it's not.
Yeah. And
so
the other thing. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say the other thing that is kind of. What was I going to say? I'm sorry.
I messed you up.
We talked about it, the story being kind of anime, and that's definitely true. Like if you zoom out and look at it from a far off perspective, but like the characters and character development, plus like, you know, some of the big themes like are also pretty relevant and believable, like, or, you know, pretty like relatable. So like, you know, you have this kid at the beginning, you know, this spiky haired blonde kid at the beginning, and he's working as a mercenary because he's like, and then they kind of build him up as like, oh, he's a special soldier, and like, you know, he's really standoffish, but it's like, it's because he's like kind of been through some stuff, and they develop that. And you know, you have like Barrett, who's like the hot-headed like resistance leader, like, but you know, he has a daughter who he cares about. You know, they kind of have these human relatable characteristics. Plus, you know, Shinra, like, kind of like destroying the environment. Like, I don't feel like they got necessarily political, but they had some like relatable issues where like, okay, this is a believable villain. You have this like greedy corporation that maybe is like, you know, it's experimenting with some things it shouldn't be, and maybe it's drawing out too many resources in a way that it shouldn't. So you have some things that like,
yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think it was pretty political. Just sort of like in the way to where like not necessarily completely analogous to like, you know, our current world that we're living in, but there was a political message because you have domestic terrorists. You know, you have a big evil corporation who is, you know, like making people suffer. You don't have like a strong sort of like anti-corporation presence in the form of like, you know, government or army or whatever. Like you leave it to these terrorists to sort of like be the voice of the people. That's pretty political, even if it doesn't map cleanly onto any of our current sort of like stuff and conflicts that's going on in the world today.
Yeah, well, like Shinra runs the whole city, and the mayor, he's like in their tower in their corporate headquarters, and they basically like all but say like, he's just a puppet, like he doesn't do anything.
Yeah, it's like a cyberpunk thing, right? I mean, you could say it's political, but I mean, really, it's just like sort of a dystopian mega corporation type thing that it definitely touches on situations that are relevant to our present world, but it doesn't necessarily like draw hard lines on messages necessarily. Sure. It just kind of explores those themes, I feel like.
Yeah. So the last thing I would say about Shinra, because I think they are a really cool part of that world and its narrative structure, is like Shinra as a corporation gave them all the narrative reasons for the trope that we were talking about earlier, where there's always one more villain, right? So Shinra is that like embodied, but as an entity instead of a single person. Like you just keep going further and further, and like fighting all their different special forces and like different giant robots they've got, and like they're just the endless enemy to keep on giving. And they're also the reason that the world sucks and there are monsters everywhere. And they're also the reason why Sephiroth lost his marbles and went on a crazy killing spree. Like,
I mean, they're pretty much responsible for Sephiroth.
Yeah, they're the best like large scale like enemy entity that just has just given you the context for everything that the characters are fighting against.
So, I think unless anyone has any other final thoughts on Final Fantasy VII, it's getting close to time to our next breaks. But before I take us to a break, I'll just do a round robin real quick. Flex, did you have anything else that you want to talk about for Final Fantasy VII?
Not too much. I guess just to reiterate my main point that like I think that game was so impactful because like you think of all of the like. You think of finding Sephiroth's sword in the Shinra president's back at the top of that tower near when you first leave Midgar. You think about stepping out of Midgar for the first time and seeing how big the world actually is after you've been in Midgar for hours. You think about, Aeris's death. You think about the flashbacks you get when you get to Nibelheim and you actually learn about how Sephiroth was made. You think of Sid fulfilling his dream to go into space. You think about that final march on the crater, and like that game just has moments. Like that game went for it, and like I think it was a really ambitious thing for its time, and like that to me is what stands out about that game.
Pretty good points. Steph, you've been quiet through a lot of our discussion here on 7. Do you have anything else that you'd kind of like to add to the conversation before we go to a break?
I recognize that 7 is a good game. And for some reason, it didn't click with me when I played it. I didn't really have a lot of fun with it. And I don't have a good reason for why. So trying to knock the game down for things that I'm not sure why doesn't really seem productive. But I will say that the narrative, like the story itself, like the narrative between Sephiroth, Zack, and Cloud are probably one of my favorite dynamics. Aerith, Cloud, Tifa, like Zack kind of weird love triangle because Cloud is imitating Zack, and that makes Aerith like him, but she used to love Zack, and then it's really like Tifa's memories of Zack that Cloud is imitating, and it's just like that kind of stuff is really juicy. And even though that scene of Aerith dying is one of the most like iconic scenes that we get from the series, for me, it's Cloud being like controlled. And like when he just starts beating the shit out of her after giving Sephiroth a meteor, like he doesn't want to hit her, but he's just like pounding her, and Barrett's like, "You're an asshole. Like, what are you doing?" The fact that you can't really trust your main protagonist is a really cool dynamic. So I don't know why this game doesn't resonate with me, because if this were a movie, like I've watched the animes, I've watched Advent Children, I've played Crisis Core, like I like this story, I like this world, but something about this game just I did not enjoy the game as much as I should have, and I don't have a good reason.
Can I ask a question? Was this the first 3D Final Fantasy you played?
I played 8 first, and then I played 7.
Okay. I wonder if playing a later one would make visually it hard to go back to or not.
I mean, it was when I first played 7. I've tried playing 7 several times. And like I said, I definitely have like Wind Waker syndrome, where it's like if something I'm like, meh. But I've gotten over that as I've gotten older because I can just, it's about the dialogue and the narration, and that's what gets me more involved. But I'm not sure because I don't hate the game for the graphics. I'm not mad at the graphics. They're great for the time, but I just couldn't.
Yeah, because I think you and Paul played later 3D ones first. I would guess Nate, Ryan, and myself, 7 was probably all of our first 3D one.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I went 8, 7, 9, and then onward and touched bits and pieces of the previous games, but
yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm kind of in the same place that Steph is. It's like I don't have a good reason, and so like I'm also not going to try to like argue it down because
the mini games suck though. The mini games are the worst thing.
No,
Why am I snowboarding?
You're not wrong.
Yeah,
but every game has its quirks.
7 really needs a triple triad.
Yeah, it really does. So I'm not going to say throw 7 in the middle because I don't like the mini games. That's not a valid reason. So
Well, actually,
I'm fine with 7 at the top somewhere, but I don't think it's number 1. But I don't want to be one of those people that's like it's overrated because I hate those people.
Yeah, and I mean it's really not overrated. Like,
it's a good game.
I think it's appropriately rated, and I think that whenever I sit down and I start to actually like look at the game and like what it has done and what it continues to do, I think the only piece that's missing for me is a lot of the emotional punch, which is what this game kind of specialized in, was a lot of that emotional punch, and it just didn't do that with me. But I can still see it from an intellectual standpoint being like a really, really great Final Fantasy game, you know. So, but anyway, Ryan, did you have any final thoughts?
The only thing to add to what we've said is I do think the game had a pretty cool, like, sort of, I guess, side quest type thing. You had the ultimate weapons and the extra bosses, and you know, some of the mini games like maybe were tedious and annoying, but it had some side content that was also worth exploring. That was pretty fun.
Race them chocobos.
There you go. I need my gold chocobo or whatever it is so I can get Knights of the Round, and then chain it with the W cast, and then duplicate it and get a W summon.
That's funny. So Nate, what about you? Do you have any final thoughts you had to go over before we had to break?
I mean, I feel like I've already kind of gone on my Final Fantasy 6 and 7 tirades, and I could probably talk about them for a long time if we want to talk about narrative structure in games. But I think the last thing I would say about 7 that we hadn't explicitly called out was that I do think that game does a really, really good job of having a mysterious world and sort of these mysterious machinations happening around the characters, and that it unfurls that very well. And that goes back into the pacing, which we did mention, but I think it's part of the driving force in that game, at least for me, was like, I want to understand what's happening here because some of this doesn't really make any sense. And part of that is because anime, but part of it is because there is like real genuine mystery there about who these people are and why they're doing the things they are.
I mean, because anime is always a great answer as to why something is happening.
Sure.
If it wasn't, anime wouldn't be so popular.
Right.
So I did have one more thing I wanted to say.
Go ahead.
Because I heard you guys talking about it. So I didn't have a lot of internet access at the time of the time of this generation of gaming. So actually, I stopped playing right after Aerith died. I didn't know she was going to die. And since no one really dramatically dies in 8, playing 7, watching Aerith die was so frustrating. Like, I actually didn't take it like, oh no, this is such a beautiful moment. I threw my controller, pissed off. I had leveled that bitch up so well. And I was angry, and she had some really good gear on, and I was very upset. So even with that moment not being spoiled for me, I still couldn't. I wonder if maybe that's why I can't get into it, because I have the residual hatred of having my character die on me like that. Because I just played 8, and I took Squall and Renoa, and I was like, now kiss. like the whole game. So I'm like, I'm picking up Aerith and Tifa and Cloud, and I'm like, you guys fight over him, and then she dies, and I'm like, what?
So
What
did
kind
you
of
play?
love story is this?
Did you play Final Fantasy 2?
No,
Okay.
everyone dies. LOL.
Yeah, it's Final Fantasy 2 : Everyone Dies LOL. That's actually what that should be called. But we've been going for close to an hour and a half, so we're gonna take one more break. We're gonna settle this score, rank out the top of our top tier, which includes Final Fantasy 10, 6, 7, and 8. And then after that, I think we can just about call it a podcast, guys. So let's take a quick break. And when we come back, we will finish the rankings of our top tier. Viewers, listeners, all of those people who are wondering, when will this end? I have good news for you. We're down to the top tier. We are just going to rank what's left of our games, and then I think we can call it science. So our games that we have left on the ATACS Final Fantasy Ranking Special is Final Fantasy X, Final Fantasy 6, 7, and 8. Those are the only ones that we have not ranked, and we've spent the last little bit talking about all of them, and we talked about Final Fantasy 8 in a previous segment.
So take 10, move it down 3 spots, and I'm good.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
All
Wait,
right,
Three of us agree.
No, I'm not quite sure about
Three of
that.
us agree.
I'm just saying.
Nope.
I think that there's one that is almost in total agreement with all the conversation that we've had so far, which is
6 is number 1.
we only had positive things to say about Final Fantasy VI. So I think the Final Fantasy VI makes a pretty strong case to be number 1.
Yeah.
I mean, from my perspective,
Yes.
I favor the 3D ones over 6. They're all great games, so I'm not going to split tons of hairs over that. It's just I personally enjoyed 10 and 7 more than 6.
I mean, do you want to try to make a case for putting one of those above? Because for me, 6 and 7 are neck and neck. So,
If it's gonna be a big fight, it's probably not worth it because they're all good games. I personally,
I mean,
Yeah,
I
they are.
think that you'd have a really big case to make, at least for me personally, to put 7 ahead of 6, because I did play through 7 and I didn't have that same sort of like, holy crap moments the way that I had with what I've played and seen of 6.
I've tried playing 7 probably enough times to count on both of my hands, and I've never played 6, and I like 6 more than 7.
Part of me kind of likes 7 better, but I think so much of that is wrapped up in like that game just being such a big deal when it came out.
Right.
Whenever I look at Final Fantasy VI,
Hype.
that game just seems like so smart and so perfect in so many ways. I have a really hard time poking I simultaneously have a hard time poking any holes in any single aspect of Final Fantasy VI, and I also think that game is really ambitious and creative in so many smart ways that it's hard for me. It is really hard for me to look at this list and say Final Fantasy VI is not honestly pretty clearly the best. I think what that game does is incredible.
So I guess, Ron, I'll throw it back to you. I mean, it sounds like Final Fantasy VII is the one that you'd have the easiest time trying to make the pitch to be ahead of 6. Do you want to try to make that pitch, or do you want to let 6 settle in as number 1?
yeah, I mean, it's good. It's hard to tear down like a game like 6, and that's not really my intention. There are a few things about 7 I liked better, and I mean, I don't think it was a hype train thing at all. I just popped it in my PlayStation and had an amazing time. But I think probably 7 maybe was a little faster or a little bit easier to engage with for me personally. I do remember slow grinding out some Magicite and that not being tons of fun compared to like the materia. And some of the side quests I think I liked better in 7, and maybe the soundtrack I liked better in 7, but it's hard to put the finger on what it is. I think I just had a better time with 7. Like it, I think
is like
trying to tear down 6 or compare them in some objective measure would be really tough, but just from what I remember enjoying, like I think 6 is a great game, cool characters, great story, amazing villain. Like, not going to argue any of that. Sorry.
Yeah, I think for me, 7 is like, it's such a like, it's such a force and an achievement in terms of like its presentation and the ride it sends you on, and like that stuff is fantastic, and I love 7, and like it makes it a game that like you play it and it's just like you're just enjoying those moments as they happen. And then I enjoy playing 6 pretty much just as much. But then whenever I'm like thinking and reflecting on the games, like there's so much smart like design and cool stuff for 6 that I think over time like stands out more as being something like really special in a way that not just Final Fantasy and maybe not even just JRPGs, like in a way that portrays a world and characters like on a tier that most video games just don't do. And like that's something that for 6 over time has like really impressed me, that like that what they pulled off with that game is pretty special.
I think one thing to consider is that if we weren't talking about Final Fantasy, and we were just talking, and then someone brings up Final Fantasy, even though it's the game that probably resonated with me the least, I think of Sephiroth and Cloud. Immediately, I think of I think of the tower, I think of Midgar.
Yeah.
I think of that giant snake that Sephiroth impaled. I think of that scene of his face in the fire. And I don't know if that's just because that was so high promoted or something, but I think there's something to be said about the fact that this game brought in so many fans. It was most fans' first game, and there's something iconic about it.
7 had by far the biggest like cultural impact in the entire series.
Yeah, and I think
that's indisputable.
I like 6 more, but I think that stands and says something on its own.
Man, like thinking about like Kefka and Sephiroth, I think is actually like Sephiroth is the flashier villain who does like the crazy stuff like impale snakes with a sword. And then I think about the sinister way that Kefka goes about doing his business, and I'm like, man, that's just like, how did they make this character? Like, this character is ridiculous. And like Kefka, like you could almost like in some weird way you can like view these lenses through their main antagonists, and like I think the arc of Kefka is just so fascinating and goes such a long way to describing like why that game's so magical.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, you could flip a coin, and I don't think I would lose either of these being 1 or 2.
Yeah, I'd be perfectly happy with either of these being number 1, but I think they are number 1 and 2, and I'm going to fight anybody who says otherwise.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I definitely like these at 1 and 2. I have a preference for 6, but I love both of these games so much.
Yeah. So I prefer 6. You prefer 6. Where do you sit, Paul?
I think I prefer 6.
Okay, what about you, Ryan, Nate?
I mean, 7, obviously, but it's not something worth fighting about. Like, I'm not unhappy to see 6 in some of the top spots.
So
sounds good.
So we'll do Final Fantasy 6 as number 1. We'll do Final Fantasy 7 as number 2, and then that leaves Final Fantasy 10 and 8 that are currently unranked. I know I'm probably not going to win this argument. That's totally okay, but I like Final Fantasy 10 at number 3. I have played 8. Like I say, I'm not going to lose sleep over this, but I really, really enjoyed Final Fantasy 10 a lot. And if this were my list, it would definitely be up here in the top 3. But I know I'm probably not. I know there's probably better arguments for Final Fantasy VIII to be at number 3 versus Final Fantasy X.
So we have Orphanage versus Titus's Laugh.
Which one can we make fun of the best?
Wow, that's actually a really funny way to put that.
That's rough.
For me, I obviously, I think we pretty much know everyone's preferences at this point. I obviously like 8 better. For me, it kind of comes like, and I rethought about this as we were talking about 7, because when I was first talking about 10, it was like they tried to go for a more like cinematic directed experience, and like Paul was trying to suss out if like that's just not my style. But it's like, then I think about all the moments in 7, and it's like 7's actually a really cinematic experience as well. And they were able to do that without chucking like the open world and the fun side quest and all of that stuff. So like that to me is, I think, a lot of what I come back to in 10 is like it doesn't have the surprise and the mystery that the previous games has had, and I think it loses some of like the stuff that those games had with the overworld and the side quests and stuff. And I and also coming back to characters, like I like the characters in 7 and 8 and a lot of the other games more. So like for me, I definitely like 8 better because like I think its story has like, yeah, there's absolutely agree 100% that there's weird stuff like the orphanage and whatnot. I also think there's weird stuff about 10 in the same mold. So that part's kind of a wash. But then like I think 8 has some like really good stuff that I like to dig into with like Swallow's character and like the Laguna arc, and like I think a lot of the story beats in that like there's more like surprise, and like there's it took turns that like really grabbed me, whereas like 10 it felt very straightforward in a lot of ways, and like the characters didn't grab me. So like I think going for that style is okay, but then like if you're taking away a world map and a lot of other things, and it's like I feel like they needed to nail it on a degree more than they did. That's my take on why I like 8 better than 10.
Okay.
See, I think that getting rid of the world map, like I didn't miss it. The world map to me has always been a good place to save my game and grind, and I can do that anywhere in 10.
It's not.
Plus, I like touching the sphere grid and being healed. I thought that was, or not the sphere grid, the save sphere. For me, if I were going to sit down and replay one of these 2 games, I would just flip a coin. I love both of them the same because of the sentimental like attachment I have to 10. I would prefer to see it above, but like I said, I love both of these games on the same level for different reasons. So I don't have a gripe with them.
Yeah, and I guess just to clarify, for 10, it's like I don't have, which is what I said a while ago. Like it doesn't have anything stand out to me. So like I think of the standout stuff from the other games, and the world map is just kind of a way for me to summarize that I feel like some things were lost. Whether those things were meaningful or not.
Yeah, but you gain the oh my gosh, the cinematic like atmosphere. Like I love.
See, I think 8 is every bit as cinematic as 10. That's kind of what I was trying to say. Is I think the previous ones were obviously 10's on a new platform, so like it has a little bump in graphical quality. But like I think from like a storytelling cinematic perspective, I think 7 and 8 and 9 are every bit as cinematic as 10.
See, I'm talking about the backgrounds in particular, though. I remember being really impacted fighting Seymour on the snowy mountains. Like, that was something that was really beautiful to look at. Or looking at the beachfront where the army was riding the chocobos. Like,
and then we can contrast that with like the battle scenes we were talking about at 8, like landing in Dalit and having like a lot of action battles. Yeah. I think there's a lot of cinematic backdrops to 8 as well.
Yeah, I'm not saying that there's not. I'm saying
I know.
Like, I like both of them just as much as the other.
Yeah.
I don't think that 10 loses anything personally.
Yeah, and I mean, for me, we've talked about this, but I mean, 8 was a much worse experience for me. Like, it's there's a pretty big contrast for me in between these two, because, with 8, like we talked about, like the things that it did well, I felt like mostly it just kind of retread some of the ground that 7 did. I mean, it did have some of its big cinematic moments, which were pretty cool, but that was, for me, on the backdrop of a story which made zero sense. As you know, you guys got more out of it than I did, but and you know, I don't think I'm the only one, maybe the only one on this panel, but not the only one in general who it just kind of missed for, like, because it was very confusing and like it tried to be deep in a way that in some cases just didn't make sense more than other stories. Whereas 10 for me, like, I really liked the setting. I mean, I did like the cinematic pieces, and I thought the gameplay was, you know, I just remember having a lot of fun with it, like having fun with the sphere grid and the switching out. Like, it felt like a faster pace. You know, it was in the same mold as other JRPGs at the time, but it felt like it was something a little fresh and a little faster paced, which I remember really enjoying. And then, you know, you do have, you know, the cinematic moments didn't click with you, Flex, but I thought that I didn't feel like the game had as many warts as it seems. You know, it seems like maybe you felt like, even if things were sometimes a little predictable, you know,
yeah,
the story beats, like, where you find out that kind of what's happening, like, you know, and there's this structure that's kind of popped up around this monster that's been terrorizing the world, and you know, that I think a lot of the things played to that pretty well. They didn't really, within that context, they didn't really break out a ton in weird ways, which I guess was pretty consistent. So, but and you know, you had like the Summoner's Dance, and you had some great music in that game. So it kind of, yeah, eight was really a big miss for me. Like,
I think, like, as Ryan was talking, like the way he's talking about these, like, kind of made something stand out to me, is that, like, I think my main problem, like, I actually don't have that many things to, like, bash 10 against, other than, like, the thing that I was thinking of as Ryan was talking is, I think the game's kind of safe and bland. It's like, I don't really have anything I can look at and be like, this is just really wrong and bad. But I also don't look at anything and be like, all right, they're really going for something here. Like, that game feels like they're just kind of ticking the boxes in a way. And, like, I can see if I can totally see where 8, like, may not catch some people, but I also think they're going for something pretty, like, I think, in like because, you know, we dug pretty good into, like, some story beats earlier, and, like, I think they're going for something that you can really dig into there, and there's a lot of like, even if it's not connecting with everyone, I appreciate that they're really going for something. And, like, something about 10, it just felt like they were kind of playing it by the numbers, and, like, that to me, I think, bums me out more than, like I would, like, in a weird way, I would rather them, like, just swing for the fences and miss than to play it a little safe. And I also, like, Final Fantasy 10 and 13 were made by the same team, because there's multiple Final Fantasy teams, and, like, some of the, like, 13 is no question a worse game than 10, but, like, I think some of the same things that, like, bug me about 13 are kind of present in 10 as well, where it's like, you're just, if both of those kind of feel like I'm going through the motions in a weird way. And I think that's the main thing that kind of bums me about 10.
Well, and I mean, what is kind of sounding like here is that, you know, Final Fantasy VIII is going to end up being our number 3, and Final Fantasy X is going to be our number 4. But at the same time, like, if you go, and I'm not saying that this necessarily, like, means a whole lot, just in general, if you go to things like Metacritic, or you go to sales numbers, or you go to whatever, you know, Final Fantasy X, you know, has a ranking that's right up there with Final Fantasy, you know, 7, in terms of, like, that was always sort of like the things that the internet sort of had some, like, strong opinions about, you know, was what was the better one, 10 or 7. And I'm not saying that the internet's right, or that, you know, Metacritic's right.
And also, the internet ain't us.
Well, and it's also not just about sales numbers, but I think that there's something to be said that, like there's been some debate around this stuff so far, and 8 sort of hasn't really entered the debate the same way that it has here, and which is why we do this, and we don't just because honestly, if we just listen to the internet, then we wouldn't have a podcast, right? And that's why we kind of do this stuff.
This is our list.
Yeah, so like not to just kind of discount the work or the debate that we're doing here. It's just I think that we should also look at some of what the general opinion is, and the general opinion is that 10 and 7 are probably the 2 most popular Final Fantasy games out there right now, and like I think we've brought up a lot of good points to sort of try to try to suss out where we stand with it and like what our ranking looks like for the members of this panel. But Wes, you've been or Nate, you've been kind of quiet for the last little bit. So I mean, are you sort of the same general opinion that Final Fantasy 8 ranks ahead of 10, or do you think they're interchangeable, or like what are your thoughts with that ordering for number 3 and number 4?
8 definitely ranks above 10 for me, and for a lot of the reasons you guys have already talked about. So I think we're in agreement on that overall. But I think 8 is a really, really deep and interesting character study and like an introspective story that doesn't exist elsewhere in the Final Fantasy series, and I really enjoy that and like that. I don't really think. Not to start up any arguments or anything, but I don't really think it's a retread of anything from Final Fantasy VII.
I don't either.
I think it's pretty narratively opposed in a lot of ways. Like the world is sort of in a I don't know if I would call it a booming world, but it's definitely a world that is populated with cities of people living lives and things like that. Whereas 7 doesn't have that feeling very often, and when it does, they're in a city owned by a mega corporation that's sucking the energy out of the earth. And then in terms of characterization, like I think Squall and Cloud share a couple of similarities at the start of the game, but I do think that Squall is a more I don't know. They're both nuanced and fleshed out, but Squall is more like
Squall sounds a little more dynamic from the arguments that you guys have made.
They're both dynamic, but he I guess is more of like he's just a person in this world, and he sort of makes his way through the situations he's in and dealing with his own feelings and misgivings, and his flaws are very front and center throughout the whole game. And instead of, I think Cloud is maybe a more, every time we talk about Final Fantasy VII, I feel like I'm saying anime, but he's more of the anime character that has, like, he has a reason why he is the main character, right? Like he has a direct correlation to Sephiroth and the major conflicts of the world, and so there's a difference fictionally about how those characters are positioned, and I do think that there is a big difference there in how those stories progress and how the characters even change and interact with the world and others around them. But to talk about 10 really quickly to wrap up. Oh, did you want to say something about that?
Oh, I just wanted to say, I mean, to clarify, and again, in the context of the fact that all that depth of story you guys talked about just totally missed for me. Like we've talked about, it's very confusing. But to say that I felt like it retreaded 7, I mean, that on a few points, like, you have a strong silent protagonist who softens up throughout the story. Like, sure. Check, like, the combat system is pretty similar. Like, they didn't do that much difference, except you can press the trigger for the gunblade. And, you have summons, and you have limit breaks, and you have side quests involving an ultima weapon. Like, I mean, just to me, playing 8 after 7 felt like a lot of things they tried to do weren't that much different.
Right.
Those are the kind of things I'm talking about.
Okay. So yeah, mechanically, I guess I can
They
see
did
some
have
of
triple
the similarities. They did have triple triad. There are
That
some
was
similarities. I think the draw system is pretty interesting compared with the materia system. Like materia are items that you collect in the world and then slot into your characters, and you kind of move them around. And draw kind of works similarly. So I think that's maybe what you're somewhat referring to, is that like the overall flow of battle and how you can customize your characters, or they share some connective tissue.
They tweaked the systems, but overall it felt like a pretty similar game.
Sure, that's fair.
Versus like a 9 or a 10 maybe.
Right, and that didn't detract from it for me at all. But last thing I'll say about Final Fantasy X, I guess, just to wrap up, is that I do think it's a cool game and it has a cool setting. I think its cool setting is not as inventive, or didn't strike me in the same way as some others, and that's totally fine. That might just be a personal difference. But
right.
I think the game is fine. I don't think it does anything that I would call out as amazing, or like that I just think is a high point for the series. Like it just does everything good.
Sure. So, off the heels of that, our final list that we've gotten done with the rankings. We have applied the science, and this is now final in the entirety of the internet and the world itself. Our number one game, our best Final Fantasy of all the Final Fantasies, is Final Fantasy VI. Number 2, Final Fantasy 7. Number 3, Final Fantasy 8. That's kind of funny. Number 4, Final Fantasy 10. Number 5, Final Fantasy 5. Number 6, Final Fantasy 4. Number 7, Final Fantasy 9. Number 8, Final Fantasy 12. Number 9, Final Fantasy 1. Number 10, Final Fantasy 15. Number 11, Final Fantasy 3. Number 12, Final Fantasy 2. And at the bottom, number 13 is Final Fantasy 13. So something that I'd like to do really quick before we sign off of here is there's certainly been some wailing of teeth, some consternation about where some of these things have fallen. So I
think everyone's in 100% agreement with every spot.
You are wrong.
Unanimous.
All of you are wrong. So I'd like to actually start with Nate. So you're going to have 30 seconds or so to tell us and the audience which one Final Fantasy you think is ranked in the wrongest place, whether that's too high or too low.
What did we get wrong?
There will be no rebuttals. This is just a way to circle the table for everyone to get one last thing to talk about before we leave. And Nate, you're up first because I know that you're time crunched. So which of the Final Fantasy games do you think is either ranked too high or too low?
Okay. So I think the one thing that I probably disagree with most is 4. Final Fantasy 4, I would put higher. I would probably put it at either number 3 or 4 on the list for me. And we have it, we're at 6? At 6. Yeah. So I think that game is great. I think it's one of the early examples of them really flexing their storytelling and characterization muscles and sort of developing a lot of those things that have become character tropes and stereotypes, but weren't necessarily when they made that game, and did a lot of interesting stuff there. So that's my one gripe, if I had to have one.
All right, Mr. Ryan, what's your gripe that you've got that you'd like to just sort of have a couple of seconds to talk about without any fear of reprisal?
I mean, I guess I can name 2, and I'll maybe poke on a little bit of one. For me personally, Final Fantasy 3 was too low and Final Fantasy 8 was too high. I would probably actually reverse those almost exactly in my list.
So you'd put Final Fantasy 3 up near the top of the list and Final Fantasy 8 down near the bottom?
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly.
All right. Steph, what about you? What's your thing that you're having the most beef with whenever you look at our list?
That's really hard because there's 2 ones that I have beef with, but I guess My 15 beef, I think, already has an aura of its own. So I'm going to say I think 13 should at least be number 11. I think it's better than 2 and 3.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Fowler, is there anything on the list of standing out to you as being out of place or odd?
There are definitely a handful of games I would move like 3 or 4 spots one way or the other, but probably the ones that would get the most would be, I think, 10 and 15 equally. I would bump down a number of spots.
Okay. All right. So as far as for me, Paul, your host from Atlanta, actually, it's kind of funny that I didn't plan this, but, Fowler just talked about moving 10 and 15 down. I would actually move 10 and 15 up, almost in equal number of spots. I would have 10. I would not rank it ahead of 6, right? I mean, 6 is a really good game. So I would move it ahead of the other ones and put it somewhere around number 2, and then I would move 15 up several spots as well. So that just goes to show that.
And that's how we get to these compromises.
That sounds like an average compromise to me.
That's how this list is born.
That's how that works. So
I just want to say that my 1 through 5 matched the 1 through 5 that we ranked, so I'm feeling pretty on top of the world.
Then you have
Good for
nothing
you.
to complain about. So
I don't.
I'm glad to hear that as your husband. So anyway, so just one more read down of our top to bottom. Our top is Final Fantasy 6, and then going down the list, Final Fantasy 7, 8, 10, 5, 4, 9, 12, 1, 15, 3, 2, 13. That is the list that science has achieved. Numbers. This has been ATACS Special Edition. Ranking of Final Fantasies on April 30th, 2017. I've been your host, Paul from Atlanta, and joining me on our roundtable today has been Mr. Flex from Raleigh, North Carolina, Miss Stephanie from One Room Over here in Atlanta, Georgia, Mr. Ryan from Brooklyn, New York, and Mr. Nate from the metropolis of Wendell, North Carolina. Thank all of you, especially our international listeners, for listening in, and we will see you at our regularly scheduled ATACS. It's next week, right, guys?
Yep.
That's right.
Good
That sounds
Lord.
about right.
So many podcasts. All right. Thank you guys for listening, and we will see
And
you.
thank you, Paul.
And thank me, because I am the best. We'll see you next week.